I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC Brown.
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Mahasa. Honorable MEC Mahasa. Honorable MEC Tew. Honorable MEC Tew. Honorable MEC Mahwe.
I'm here, Speaker. Present,
Thank
present,
you,
big
Honorable
present.
MEC. Huh?
Big present, I'm here.
Okay, a big present. Honorable MEC Bulani. Honorable MEC Bulani. Honorable MEC Mashinini.
I'm here, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Ngangisa.
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Muhali. Honorable MEC Muhali. Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Chabalala.
I am here, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Muleleki, Deputy Chief Whip.
Present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mapena.
Honorable Speaker, I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Booty.
I'm present, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable H. Smith.
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Khadebe.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Meko.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Jangbasin.
I'm present, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Van Vieren.
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Khakao.
Honorable Speaker, Majumeha Akarete, I am present.
Honorable Plenance.
I'm present. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Lituka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here.
Okay. Honorable Peter Way.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm here.
Thank you. Honorable Makesini.
The corner Speaker.
Honorable Majake.
Good day, Speaker.
Thank Thank you. Honorable Nanyan,
Present, Speaker.
Honorable Msimanga,
I'm here, Speaker.
and Honorable D. Smith.
Achtbare Speaker, ek is teenwoordig. And also see that Honorable Klute is here, so if you can welcome him as well, please, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, I would also acknowledge the presence of our NCOP permanent delegates. And I will start with Honorable Nzube.
I am present, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Makalakis.
I'm present, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Muletsani. Okay. Honorable Muhai.
Thanks, President Speaker.
And Honorable Mushodi. Okay. Honorable members, thank you very much and welcome. But before we proceed with the business of the day, I wish to inform the House that the business of the House includes tabling of the annual budget by Honorable MEC for Finance for 2020-2021 as required by Section 27(2) of Public Finance Management Act number 1 of 1999. And honorable members, we then proceed to motions according to Rule 61 to 63. We proceed with the tabling of the appropriation bills rules 167 and Rule 168 of the standing rules and orders of the House. We proceed to motions, and I wish to inform the House that the title of the appropriation bill has been published in the TAC, and copy of the bill has been distributed to members in accordance with the rules of virtual sitting. A bill published in the TAC is deemed to be tabled in this House. I'm now going to request the Secretary to read the motion.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Van Vuuren, what's the point of order?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, my point is, or actually, maybe you can give us some clarity on what's going on, because we as a Whippery decided in terms of the order paper, what should be on the order paper. And apparently, as I understood it from the Secretary or the Deputy Secretary, that you then unilaterally decided to change the order paper in the sense that you took off the member statements. Can you perhaps just enlighten us why? Because what is the purpose then of a Whippery meeting if you then just decide, I take things off? I mean, we all said that this is not business as usual. This is different circumstances. We changed everything. The budget was withdrawn. There's no meetings at this stage. Why have you taken our opportunity away to address the people of the Free State in public what they want to hear? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Van Vuuren. May I call your attention to Rule 31, and I'm going to read it to you. The Speaker may approve changes to the order of business on receipt of such recommendation from Whips Committee and or may initiate such change in the order of the business. So according to Rule 31(2), the Speaker is allowed to make changes in the order paper. The Whips Committee makes a recommendation to the Speaker. What the Whips Committee decide in their meeting is not the final agenda of the sitting. According to the rules, the Speaker may make changes in those recommendations. There are recommendations, Honorable Member.
Speaker, can I address you again, please? That's all well and fine. I understand the fact that there's a Rule 31. It's the first time since I've been a member of this House that the Speaker changed the Whippery's recommendation. So my request to you is, why did you do it? Why don't you want us to have a member statement? It's
Speaker, point of order.
I decide to do it, and we as a committee actually decide on how it should happen.
Honorable Van Vuuren, you are correct. You may be correct, but that does not change the fact that there is a rule that allows the Speaker. And secondly, I want to also maybe bring it to your attention that there has never been a virtual sitting before in the past. The challenging we are experiencing now, we are not experiencing. And but what is important is the fact that Rule 31 allows for those changes to be made. And in my view, we do our business according to the provisions of the rules of this House.
So you haven't got an answer to us. You just decided.
Speaker, point of order.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
I'm going to change. I want this meeting to be shorter.
No,
So
Honorable Van Vuuren, I have okay, honorable members. Honorable Van Vuuren, I have made that decision because the rule of the House allows the Speaker to do so, not because the members, the statement by members are not important, but because of the circumstances that are prevailing right now. So the rules, as I said once more, they allow for the Speaker to change the order.
You don't want to meet, you don't want to do your job, so you want to make it shorter. That's it. That's not a good decision.
Allow us to call.
I've raised
The point of order.
Who is calling for a point of order?
Honorable
Chabalala. Oh, Honorable Kabati.
And Thabo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, it would not be correct that we are in this meeting and we allow Honorable Member Van Vuuren to mislead this meeting. He is lying when he is saying that it is for the first time that this is happening. Even in the
Point of
last
order, Madam Speaker. Point of order.
even in the last
I'm listening to the point of order, Honorable Peter Way. Let me listen to the point of order and make a ruling. According to the rules of the House, when a member is raising a point of order, the Speaker must listen and make a ruling. Those are the rules of the House. Continue, Honorable Kabati.
No, Speaker, I'm saying even in the last term of this legislature, whilst I was still a speaker, there are moments where the speaker would not necessarily approve all the things that were coming from the Whippery, and the speaker would be a deciding factor on the items that are supposed to go into the House. So he is misleading the House by saying it is for the first time it has happened, and he has been there. He knows he was even in the last term a member of the Whippery. It's not true. He is just taking an advantage, Speaker, and you have read an appropriate rule that gives the Speaker the powers on changing or approving what needs to go to the House, Speaker.
Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Honorable Peter Way.
Yes, Madam Speaker, 2 points. You said this is the first time we're having a virtual meeting. That's incorrect. It is the second time. And you haven't answered, Honourable Van Vuuren. You said you changed it because you can, because the rules allows you to. That to us is not good enough. Can you give us a reason why you removed the member statements? Not because you can. What is the reason?
I'm going to say it again, Honorable Peter Wayne, that the whips recommend to the Speaker, and the Speaker can change the order paper. I have changed the order paper, and I've also said it to Honorable Van Vuuren that the circumstances under which we are holding the sitting are not easy. We are holding the virtual meeting, which is something that has never happened today. That has its own challenges. So we were not going to have a long order paper when we have other critical business to take care of. So, honorable members, can we accept the fact that we do have that rule that allows the Speaker to amend or rather to approve the order paper or to make changes when it is submitted by the whip? It is there.
Honorable
members, we proceed. I want us to proceed, honorable members, because at this point in time, this sitting cannot amend that rule. So that rule has been applied by the Speaker because it is there.
Speaker.
The Secretary shall read the motion. Honorable Meko.
No, madam,
It's
not me. It's not
it's
me,
me. It's
Speaker.
Mashake. It's Mashake. It's Mashake, Speaker.
Oh, Honorable Majaki.
It's Mashake.
Yes,
Yes.
Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think we that's a little because I don't agree with the fact that
Majake, can you try to find a spot where maybe you can have better network? I didn't hear a thing.
Okay, can you hear me now, Speaker? Are you
Yes.
able to hear me? Yes, thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity. I think we could have saved a lot of time if you could have just explained that you removed the member statement on the other people on the basis that we are held in this meeting visual. As for other reasons, I don't agree. I don't agree that we know the rule. The reason why Honorable Van Vuuren asked that he also knows the rule. We know the rule. We know that you can change the order paper. But then the question will be, what will be a point of us having a WIPARI meeting? But it's an issue that we will address later. I think for now we can proceed, and we are very disappointed. Thank you.
No, Honorable Majake, the whips committee don't make decisions, they recommend.
Okay.
You know the rule. It is important to know the rules because that is what is governing the House. So everything that is done, it must be done according to the rules. And thank you for understanding that. The Secretary shall read the motion.
Honorable Speaker, on a point of clarity.
Chairperson.
Honorable Khachau, Speaker.
For the tabling of appropriation bill number 4 of 2020.
Did you just ignore it, just like that?
Thank you, Dr. Machaka. The Honorable MEC Brown.
Speaker, I move.
Hey.
Any discussion?
No,
None, Speaker.
None.
None.
Any objection?
None. None.
Approved. The Secretary shall read the bill for the first time.
The Appropriation Bill number 4 of 2020.
The Honorable MEC Brown may now address the House.
Honorable Speaker, Ms. Anela Sipoka, Honorable Premier of the Free State Province, Ms. Sisulu Tombela, members of the Executive Council, members of the Free State Provincial Legislature, executive mayors and councillors, Director General of the Free State Province, heads of respective departments, chief executive officers and leaders of our public and private institutions, municipal managers, representatives of media, special guests who are listening virtually today, Free State at large, esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang, Molweni, Goeiemiddag, good afternoon. I am an African, and Africa is me. As the Executive Council and Team Treasury put together this budget, we have to remind ourselves of the child of Africa and how do we bring about the best solutions relevant to the African child, and especially the child of the province of the Free State. Honourable Speaker, before I present our provincial budget, I believe it is prudent that I sketch out to this august House that the Free State Province has resolved to withdraw the 2020 Appropriation Bill, B2-2020, together with all the accompanying documentation, following an extensive consultation with all relevant stakeholders. The rationale behind the withdrawal of the Appropriation Bill, which was presented in Carib on the 5th of March 2020, was predominantly to review the 2020-2021 budget in order to provide for current COVID-19 pandemic following the declaration of the disaster by President, as this virus was not predicted prior to the tabling of the 2020 budget. Allow me to begin by appreciating the opportunity afforded by this august House to table our 2020 Appropriation Bill alongside 2020 estimates of the provincial revenue and expenditure. Today I present a revised 2020 medium-term expenditure framework budget which has similar content to the one presented on the 5th of March 2020, with emphasis on amendments that is mainly intended to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic in the province. Mr. Speaker, I must re-emphasize to this House that we have focused our energy and resources towards curbing the spread of COVID-19 in the province, as the health sector projected a surge in the upcoming months. We must ensure that we follow the health and WHO standards. As the Executive Council, Honourable Speaker, the budget is being delivered 7 days after we concluded the Youth Month, and it ventures us into the celebration of our iconic international leader, President Tata Nelson Mandela. Whilst we were celebrating Youth Month in commemoration of the youth of 1976, who sacrificed their lives to fight the battle to overcome the inequality and oppression caused by apartheid. Today's youth struggles are different and quite complex. It ranges from socio-economic challenges, high unemployment rate, and amongst the youth they fight for free education for all previously marginalized and blacks in particular. Free education is an important goal we need to pursue and realize, especially for students who are poor and want access to tertiary institutions, and those who correctly see it as a right, economic and developmental imperative of the country. We can, however, pride ourselves as the Free State because we have put education as an apex priority, and we are slowly but surely trying to reap results of this important priority. We have made education possible for young across the province, and today we can account for hundreds and thousands of both local and international graduates. We have to take stock, however, of our unemployed graduates in the province by improving our database in order to have that credibility of our skills based in accordance with the respective disciplines in various sectors, and this initiative will assist to deploy the requisite skills to relevant positions within the private and public sector to support our provincial economy. One critical aspect which still remains a challenge is that we need to overcome the economic emancipation of young people in our province through youth enterprise development and support. We need to take a radical approach by this to ensure that at least 30% of our procurement budget across the province and all departments goes to youth-owned businesses and entities. And it is aligned with our provincial and national PPPFA requirements of 2017. The future of this province is our youth, Honourable Speaker, and we should ensure that we diversify the provincial economy to be responsive to new emerging markets like robotics, digital currencies, artificial intelligence, and the fourth industrial revolution. We should give real meaning to the aspirations of Solomon Mahlangu when he said, "My blood will nourish, and the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom. Let the fruits of freedom reign." Let us put the Free State youth business on the map by fostering sustainable relations with the private sector in order to create a conducive environment for our economy to flourish. It is imperative that we have a list of every single youth entity in every district, in every township, with a local economic development unit in every municipality that is robust and understands that economic growth happens at a community level. Apart from this, Honourable Speaker, our July month is important to the South African calendar and the world at large. This month we celebrate our iconic leader, President Nelson Mandela's International Day, as was declared by the United Nations in 2009. This gives the nation and international community a lifetime of opportunity to emulate the servant leadership by becoming servants of our people. That's what this government is, the servants of our people. This year, in the midst of this pandemic, we will celebrate differently. But I call upon each and every one of us not to take away our aspirations to build the hashtag Free State We Want. We will continue to pursue political consciousness, sacrifice, and do with our collective efforts. It needs all of us to achieve our universal goal as a collective, despite our political affiliations. A common purpose for common prosperity is all Tata dreamed of in fighting for our democracy. Honourable Speaker, I'm going to draw our attention to the economy of the country and the economy of our province. Madam Speaker, the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on South Africa has largely been disruptive. Notably, the country entered a technical recession in the last quarter of 2019. The current pandemic has magnified pre-existing risks to the South African economic outlook. The International Monetary Fund projects that South Africa's economy will decline by 5.8% in 2020, followed by a low base effect recovery of 4.0% in 2021. Whilst the forecast from the South African Reserve Bank is a contraction of 7.0%. The last time the country registered a decline of such magnitude was during the Great Depression, when the economy contracted by 6.1% in 1930. It is therefore clear, Honourable Speaker, Free State that the COVID-19 outbreak will produce the worst economic downturn in a century. Honourable Speaker, it is projected that almost every economic sector in South Africa will be affected directly or indirectly by the global and national economic shutdowns in 2020. The most obvious economic indicator which will be negatively impacted by this pandemic and subsequent measures will be the country's fiscus, particularly lower revenue and a reprioritization of expenditure. The budget deficit is expected to widen together with a further deterioration in gross debt in the upcoming years. The trade balance will also be negatively affected in the second quarter of 2020 due to factory and business shutdown, as well as a reduction in global commodity demand, which will have an adverse effect on exports. South Africa's exports demand is expected to fall by 40 to 75%, except agricultural exports which are expected to match pre-crisis expectations. Allow me, Honourable Speaker and members of the House, to draw your attention to the Free State provincial economy. And with a somber note and heavy heart, I outline that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the provincial economy is anticipated to be severe. Our provincial economy is projected to contract by 9.1% in 2020. The impact of this will be detrimental on our people, particularly in our endeavour to fight and combat the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and inequality. However, the provincial economic growth rate is projected to recover to 2.2% in 2021. Beyond 2021, the base effect on growth will wither, and the province will record an average growth of 0.8% between 2022 and 2024, which is a 0.5% point below the national average growth over the same period. Madam Speaker, if we are to look at the labour market, the official unemployment rate in the Free State was recorded at 38.4% in the first quarter of 2020. Our province has the second highest rate of unemployment in the country, just after the Eastern Cape. The youth, which is aged 15 to 34 years, are the most vulnerable, with an official unemployment rate of 52.2%. And hence you can understand the Premier's emphasis in the State of the Province address on youth and the emphasis in this budget speech on youth in our province. The structural causes of unemployment in South Africa are numerous and multifaceted, reflecting skills mismatch between the workforce and the industry demand, a subdued economic environment and high inequality, changes in the sectoral composition of employment within the province towards more capital. Changes in the sectoral composition of employment within the province towards a more capital and skill-intensive economy has meant that fewer and new low-skilled jobs are becoming available. In response to the labour market challenges that we are currently facing, as emphasised by our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, the job creation efforts we began in early 2020, such as the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention, will be scaled up. The job creation initiatives and programs within the private sector that began before coronavirus must resume, and new ones should be designed and implemented with unprecedented urgency. Honourable Speaker, the 2021 expenditure review, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on the current financial year's expenditure for the first 2 months, which is April and May in this financial year. The province spent an amount of 5.424 billion, which is 13.7% of the budget of 39.503 billion at the end of May 2020, against the norm of your traditional 16.6%. The low expenditure recorded by the province
Honorable MEC Brown. Honorable MEC Brown. Honorable MEC Brown, can you call somebody in her office and?
I'm calling the HOD.
Impact the expenditure as from March, April, and May.
Honorable members, can you hear the MEC?
Yeah, we can't hear the MEC now.
No, we can't hear.
No, we can't, Speaker.
Can't hear.
Okay.
Cut off.
We are trying to call her office to let them know.
This thing doesn't work. We must just go and meet physically and deal with these things.
Yo, Dividi Batla Masoba.
No, that one won't happen, Comrade Honorable Musimanga.
Yo, Msanku. Nana life. Yo.
Speaker.
Okay.
Dividi Batla Masoba.
Honorable
Speaker,
members, let's do it this way. We are still in the sitting. Can we adjourn for 5 minutes to allow them to sort out whatever problem they have over there?
Or you can explain why we don't have
We must also open a legislature.
How go me hanyani too?
Bana ba banyane ba grade R ba itseng ba ya sekolong bona ha lona le thaba.
Butle di member le ka Facebook bo butle.
Why is not a member statement? Why is not a member statement?
Read your rules, Majaki. Read your rules.
No, why Tamela we Pario everything then? If we are only going to recommend.
You are processing issues to recommend. There's nothing wrong to recommend.
I can't be. We will have to reconsider that. I can't be a transmitter.
But not today. Not today.
I can't be a transmitter.
Unfortunately, we are not even told why not today.
Yeah.
And why not today?
No, Tamela check it, I think. I see.
Yeah, and Shabasel wanna go for all the rules.
No,
they are exposing themselves. They don't.
At the public gala.
No, the rules are
themselves. You don't read.
Lona khala likatila we exposure. Lona khala likatila we exposure. What was member statement? The rules are not favor. The rules are favor.
Honorable MEC, I said the members, we must adjourn for 5 minutes, so I don't want you to continue. Instead, in case others might have exited or left the meeting, so we'll resume. Resume at 2 minutes past 3.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mara ke re jwale ha ke itse 5 minutes ba ba nkana ba ba tsile.
No, I can't mute that. Hey. Mama, I can't come back.
Why is it for your house?
When you touch vision, you're not touching it.
Has to fix it.
Yeah, no, it's not everything. They have to change again. Okay. I think
Which means if it happened now, we rather continue with the speech because the radio is online.
I have to follow the speech.
That's not going to
It's not out
Oh, and it's fine. When we cut off the speaker, also take over on the radio.
Stand by.
Khadija, you are very beautiful.
Okay, Mama Kitabati, my honorable MEC. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. I think we can continue. We can resume with our meeting, but before I do that, let me also acknowledge the honorable MEC Koloi. I did not call her name when I was checking the people who are here. She is also part of the sitting. Honorable MEC Brown, continue, please.
And Mikey Mahasa speaker.
I did, but you were not here then. I did call your name.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was on the matter of the 2021 expenditure review. Honorable Speaker, may I take this opportunity to reflect on the current financial year's expenditure for the first 2 months, which is April and May of 2020. The province spent an amount of 5.424 billion, or 13.7% of the budget of 39.503 billion as at the end of May 2020 against the norm of 16.6%. The low expenditure recorded by the province was the result of the lockdown measures implemented by the country. Honourable Speaker, we anticipate that the relaxation of lockdown regulations will have a positive impact on the provincial expenditure, particularly infrastructure as one of the drivers of the provincial economy. On improving intergovernmental coordination on infrastructure investment and the district development model, Honourable Speaker, I wish to reiterate that the public infrastructure investments plays a major role in transforming South Africa's spatial development patterns, which requires a significant improvement in the intergovernmental coordination in planning and budgeting for infrastructure. The National Treasury is working with provinces to ensure that the investments in schools, roads, health facilities, and housing are made in locations that align with the spatial development plans of municipalities. Municipalities must be consulted and agree on the location and bulk service requirements of all provincial infrastructure projects. Progress has been made in holding joint planning sessions between the province and municipalities, and support in this area will continue in 2020. Our sister department of COGTA is at the forefront of leading the coordination and implementation of our provincial district models with all relevant departments, including Provincial Treasury, Office of the Premier, and municipalities. The district development model is aimed to optimize expenditure by eliminating duplications and to focus on developing integrated plans per district for streamlined and efficient service delivery. National Treasury began reviewing the private-public partnership regulations and guidelines. The review of the PPP framework is key to reform, as most of the blended projects that will be in partnerships between public and private sector within this province. We are confident that this will unlock several infrastructure developmental projects and will create jobs for the increase in the provincial capacity to generate own revenue. Our long-term objective is to work with the Department of Transport, Department of Trade and Industry, the aviation industry, and interested private sector in further developing the Bram Fisher International Airport into a cargo port and gradually to develop as part of the F8 corridor to an aerotropolis hub, both supporting international airports and the Army. We should create an environment for investors to have frequent flights into the Free State from more parts of the country. We call upon investors in the aviation industry to provide the province with business plans to establish carriers within the province. Speaker, it's also important that we should fast-track the implementation of the following PPP projects within the province and amongst others. Student accommodation is a dire need in this province. The provincial government building, as we still pay rent to landlords in this province. The legislature building for dignified legislation programs within the province. The M3 Villiers Trauma Centre, the Parys Hospital, and the Psychiatric Hospital. Honourable Speaker, on the question of land, the Honourable Premier has announced during her State of the Province address, and I quote, "Land represents our existence, culture and prosperity." The Land Use Task Team has finalised packages of available land parcels for distribution. Of the 4,902 land parcels, 2,628 have been earmarked to be transferred to rightful beneficiaries. Already conveyances have been appointed for this purpose, and already the Department of Human Settlement, together with Public Works, have worked on this. We've had a conversation with our municipalities to release land and allocate sites to our people. This work is currently accelerated in this financial year. Honourable Speaker, I would like to reiterate that this is state land. So thus far we've only been working on state land, which will be released to citizens of the Free State Province through regulatory prescripts of the Free State Land Administration Act of 1998. Much questioned water and electricity in this province. We acknowledge the dire challenges that we are facing regarding water provision in various parts of the province. The Premier has also placed emphasis in the State of the Province address and during this COVID-19 pandemic that ensuring that electricity and water is spread across various parts of the province. In her State of the Province address, the Honourable Premier announced that by December 2019, over 305 million rands have been spent through the municipal infrastructure grant to fund water, sanitation, roads and stormwater projects. This is to ensure that there is adequate, rapid response to these challenges. Governance structures are also created in collaboration with provincial government, municipalities, water boards and National Department of Water and Sanitation. We have created this joint task team and we're seeing the benefits of this task team led by the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. In the President's State of the Nation address, our President outlined the vision and regulatory framework related to the electricity supply in the country. Honourable Speaker, it has become critical for the province to review its strategy on electricity generation, transmission and distribution for social benefits, to ease the burden on municipalities through synergy and for the growth of our economy through a provincial entity. The province is in the process to finalise the feasibility plan for the establishment of such a provincial electricity and energy entity as a vehicle to be used to render services to all municipalities in terms of an external mechanism as described in the Municipal Systems Act. Our industrial strategy and investment promotion, Honourable Speaker, the Maluti Upper Special Economic Zone is expected to drive economic activities for the province on key priority sectors such as manufacturing, agro-processing, ICT, food processing and automotive. The Executive Council has thus approved the establishment of a new provincial entity that would be responsible for governance and management of Maluti Upper SEZ, which will report directly to the MEC of Destia in order to lessen the administrative burdens and fast-track decision-making. Honourable Speaker, I'm delighted to pronounce to the House that Provincial Treasury and Destia, as well as the entity, are working on viable business case to establish this entity once all factors have been concluded by National Treasury for their consideration. Our Department of Trade and Industry will continue to fund the rehabilitation of both industrial parks in the province, that is Botshabelo and Kutalichaba, and the next tranche of the rehabilitation funding is set to be released in this financial year. The final phase of the Botshabelo Industrial Park will be completed by the end of this year. The 700 million rand investment by Religion, which has been outlined and promulgated in the Juluputsa, will be anticipating a yield of over 400 jobs in the province, and Coca-Cola has also pronounced the expansion of their manufacturing capacity, which is an investment of 80 million, and they'll continue to expand in this province. The province continues during this pandemic to work and ensure that in our investment framework for industrialization and manufacturing is on our priority in terms of the Free State growth and development strategy. Aspiring industrialists, we call and continue to call upon you and to encourage you to invest in our province. Facilities are available, and we call upon all investors to register the new expansion plans we intend to invest in the Free State on the Destia website for record purposes. With reference to governance, Honourable Speaker, there are three matters: cost containment measures, audits, and SCM. I'd like to then generally provide an overview in terms of how supportive this province is on cost containment measures introduced by National Treasury since 2008-2009. One of the challenges from a budget perspective remains compensation of employees. And with the efforts of all MECs and the Executive Council, together as we intend to also review municipalities, we're working on sustaining our COE. Currently, it hovers over 62% of our provincial budget, which is large, and we continue as a critical intervention to limit the growth of COE within the province. We'd like to reduce it to 60%. In terms of supply chain management reforms, our public procurement bill, Honourable Speaker, it has been approved by Cabinet. The publication of the public procurement bill for public comment, which I trust that citizens have already ensured that they had provided some input. So therefore, I wish to thank everyone who made inputs into this bill to transform our procurement pieces of legislation for the betterment of our Free State regulations and the country's regulations that promotes local economic development. Irregular expenditure, Honourable Premier, Honourable Speaker, as mentioned before, the province has got a project that it had initiated as an intervention to reduce irregular expenditure within our province, and also the losses in the previous years related to irregular expenditure. And thus far, investigations in the following departments have been concluded: the Department of Health, Education, Agriculture and Rural Development, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, Human Settlement, and Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority. You thus would find that over the next 6 months, we will be working with the rest of the departments. Thus far, more than 3,000 cases have been finalized since March 2019, and the value of those 3,000 cases were 517 million, which should be removed as they do not meet the definition of irregular expenditure. An update in this regard will be provided to the relevant committees for public consumption. Fiscal framework. And this comes to the budget, Honourable Speaker. As demonstrated above, it was very, very difficult under these conditions to balance a budget. The financial and the fiscal landscape has drastically changed, and there is no better time than this one for us to institutionalize and concretize the principles of transparency, accountability, responsibility, efficiency, and effectiveness in the utilization of limited public resources. Embedded in these principles are the critical issues of allocative efficiencies, which entails allocations of funds to key provincial priorities. Madam Speaker, in 2021, supplementary budget tabled by the Minister of Finance underscores the economic constraints that impact on the budget for the current financial year and the medium-term expenditure framework period ahead. The 500 billion socio-economic package announced by the President includes the 20 billion earmarked funds for health and other frontline services in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. It is prudent for us to indicate to this House that the 20 billion mentioned above is not new money. These are funds that have been reprioritized by provinces within the 2021 baselines, which has been repurposed towards COVID-19 measures. In essence, Madam Speaker, honourable members, we are taking budgets away from various departments and moving them to departments at the forefront of dealing with the COVID-19 challenges. Honourable Speaker, allow me to briefly outline the approach that we embarked on in reprioritizing this 2020 budget, and I emphasize it was extremely consultative, it was analysed, and over and above the normal budget process, we adhered to reaching consensus within the 2020 budget as we consulted with every single department and proposed reprioritization, presented our proposals to the Forum of HODs, to the Executive Council, to the Budget Council. The budget reprioritization that we implemented was mainly guided by the following principles: identification of funds from non-core items such as catering, entertainment, venues and facilities, travelling, flights and accommodation. Shifting of funds from programs and activities that were prohibited by the lockdown regulations. Shifting of funds from infrastructure projects that could be deferred to the upcoming years. Shifting of funds from provincial earmarked allocations that do not have a negative impact on service delivery, and 13% reduction from department's equitable share as a result of limited spending due to lockdown. This excluded compensation of employees and conditional grants. Madam Speaker, this exercise yielded an amount of 1.114 billion, which we reallocated towards COVID-19 response measures. This is what we have reprioritized from baselines of the various departments, and of course they have implications to those departments going forward. We have to review our annual performance plans, our strategic plans. So firstly, the projects and programs that we have deferred will have budget implications in the medium-term expenditure framework ahead. Secondly, in the current financial year, departments will have to, as I said, review their plans. So, Honourable Speaker, we have taken a deliberate action to review our infrastructure enhancement allocations within departments and advise to defer projects that have not yet started in a quest to unlock funds for COVID-19 related measures. These were funds that came from our own provincial equitable share and were set aside to augment infrastructure conditional grants from national government. As a consequence of this pandemic, we had to reprioritize 4.48 million of this fund towards COVID-19 response measures. This amount to form part of the 1.14 billion aforementioned. It also necessitated the review of infrastructure projects that were planned in this current financial year. Honourable Speaker, I must also announce that we are in the process of establishing a committee that will look into the matters of fast-tracking infrastructure investment in the province so that we could ensure that a more streamlined focus is placed on our infrastructure programs within the province and its capacity on service delivery and boosting the economy of our province. We have also found ways to strengthen our oversight role in the implementation of infrastructure projects, Honourable Speaker, so that we could change the landscape of this province. Our posture is clear. We accept that responsibility and we appreciate the impact of infrastructure development in our economy, and also to ensure that we will continue value for money as we spend on these projects. On 2020 MTF allocations, Madam Speaker, once again, the budget I'm tabling today reflects the collective wisdom of all our key stakeholders, the Executive Council, Forum of HODs, and from time to time we go out to the public to inquire of various type of solutions to assist us with our budgets. These budgets went through rigorous consultation processes as aforementioned. I'd like to turn to the allocations as follows. So the estimate of the provincial revenue and expenditure for 2021 appropriation bill, the provincial fiscal framework amounts to 124.141 billion over the 2020 medium-term expenditure framework. This reflects a decline of 1.2% when compared to the budget we tabled in March 2020. The budget is distributed as follows in the medium term, which is 39.055 billion in 2021, 41.457 billion in 21-22, and the outer year 43.628 billion in 22-23. Allow me to briefly disaggregate the allocations per respective source, per cluster and per department. So in terms of equitable share, the province's equitable share amounts to 95.571 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework ahead, of which 30.017 billion relates to the 2021 financial year. The allocated equitable share increases by an average of 6% over this medium-term expenditure framework. This allocation provides to the province, Madam Speaker, it's driven by statistics and thus requires us to be very meticulous in how we manage service delivery data in the province. This is the data, amongst others, that we submit to national spheres of government, which informs how the province is funded. Conditional grants, as earlier indicated, National Treasury in consultation with national departments and provinces reprioritize funds from conditional grants towards COVID-19 response measures. Several grants to the province were affected. Allow me to briefly reflect on these grants. The CASP, which is the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Grant, is reduced by 32.793 million. Ilima Letsema grant reduced by 17.111 million. Community Library Services grant loses 34.7 million. Mass Participation and Sports Development grant is reduced by 11.552 million. 140.163 million is reprioritized away from Education Infrastructure grant. 2.864 million is reprioritized from HIV and AIDS grant. Math Science Technology grant was reduced by 5.63 million. Human Settlements and Title Restoration grants are reduced by 100.817 million and 22.140 million respectively. And 219 million is reprioritized from Provincial Roads Maintenance grant, and 151.342 million was allocated as an additional budget for COVID response measures within the Department of Health. So as we lost those funding, 151.342 million was then reallocated to the province to deal with COVID-19 measures. The net effect of this reprioritization is the reduction in our conditional grants of 461 million. Following the aforesaid reprioritization, Honourable Speaker, the province is thus allocated 7.789 billion in 2021, 8.327 billion and 8.698 billion in the outer two financial years. Including in these allocations, it is an amount of 12.429 billion allocated, 12.429 million allocated to the Department of Health for the Provincial Disaster Relief Fund for COVID-19. Madam Speaker, the province thus projects to spend 24.815 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework period. On provincial-owned revenue, Madam Speaker, we want to restate and emphasize that revenue remains a vital source of income for our province. And in the absence of additional allocations. We are not oblivious to the detriment effects of the lockdown and its dire impact on the provincial economy, specifically at a local level. We have therefore requested all revenue collecting departments to thoroughly assess their respective estimated revenues for the current financial year for further discussions. I can thus point out that the preliminary indications are that we will undercollect by 305 million rand. This is a huge gap with an undesirable impact on our fiscal framework. What we need to emphasize is that the projected deficit has got a dire impact on the expenditure side if it does materialize. If we cannot curb it, we would have to reduce or cut our 2021 budget allocations to stay within the provincial framework. Madam Speaker, as this budget process unfolds, we will continue to work closely with departments to ensure that this projected deficit is minimized. The projected revenue collection amounts to 1.248 billion in 2021, 1.232 billion in 21-22, and 1.274 billion in 22-23 over the medium-term expenditure framework. We thus encourage all departments to continue to strengthen their respective revenue systems and to ensure that revenue is collected on time. Honourable Speaker, on the social sector amounts for more than 30.1 billion, which is 77.3% of the allocation of 2021, a slight decline to 77.2% in the out year. The noted spike in 2021 is mainly as a result of COVID-19 allocations to the Department of Health. However, the allocations through the medium-term expenditure framework period still reflects our commitment to continuously address the socio-economic challenges within this province. The sector is projected to spend more than 95.8 billion over the MTF period. On education, Honourable Speaker, the importance of education and its impact on economic growth cannot be understated. We need to understand the devastating impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our learners and on our schools' performance. We have, Madam Speaker, allocated an additional 45.5 million to education to assist with the preparations of schools for the safety of our returning learners and teachers. I must also indicate that over the above, what the province has allocated, the Department of Basic Education, in collaboration with National Treasury, has repurposed some of the education conditional grants to assist in the preparation of schools for returning learners. MEC Tate Makwe, the Department of Education is allocated 15.619 billion in the 2021, 17.023 billion in the 21-22, and 17.945 billion in the 22-23 financial years. Over the ATM period ahead, the department is estimated to spend more than 50.588 billion. The budget for education grows on an average by 6.4% over the medium-term expenditure framework. The allocated budget makes provision for the following priorities: the National School Nutrition Program, norms and standards, your learner transport program, learner teacher support material, school hostel support, sanitary dignity project, matric support programs, HayMaths, education infrastructure programs, school connectivity, which is the future of teaching, and learners with profound intellectual disabilities. On the Department of Health, Madam Speaker, our Department of Health, led by MC Monseng Siu, is at the forefront of fighting COVID-19 pandemic. We have all already noted the spike in the numbers of people infected by COVID-19 virus and the financial and human resources needed to effectively respond to the said challenges. There is further need to speedily increase provision of personal protective equipment, ventilators, additional beds, and human resources and other concomitant materials in this regard. Honourable Premier, let me thank the Department of Health, together with all relevant stakeholders, for a sterling job undertaken with regards to successful contact tracing in our province. Honourable Speaker, it is precisely why we embark on the reprioritisation of our provincial budget to strive towards addressing the aforementioned needs of the province. We therefore allocated an additional 667.2 million to the Department of Health to strictly spend on COVID-19 response measures. Madam Speaker, this allocation is over and above the procurement of triple PEs, double PEs procured by the Provincial Treasury on behalf of this department. We note with appreciation the sterling work executed by our private and social partners during these times. The Department of Health will spend more than 38.494 billion over the next medium-term expenditure framework. This budget is spread as follows over the medium-term expenditure framework: 12.477 billion in 2021, 12.691 billion in 21-22, and 13.26 billion in 22-23. The following are some of the priorities over the MTEF, which is COVID-19 response measures, inclusive of procurement of additional PPEs, ventilators and additional staff, medicine, medical supplies and medical waste, laboratory services and blood supply services, children's vaccines, community outreach service programs, the medical depot, food services and relevant supplies, training and development of medical staff, infrastructure maintenance and others. We also would like to include the appointment of interns and filling of community services posts. On social development, Honourable Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on our people, especially the vulnerable persons and the children, is dire and requires our collective response. The act of cruel gender violence, which we have witnessed over the past weeks, past months, past years, is overwhelming and defies logic. We have to work together with our respective law enforcers to reject these evildoers in our midst. They do not deserve to be in our communities. We pass our deep condolences to those affected families and we keep you in our prayers. Madam Speaker, social development led by MEC Mamiki Tabate remains central in the fight against social ills such as poverty, homelessness, drug and substance abuse, as well as women and children abuse. Let me add that we don't have one homeless citizen in our province, as there was a direct task team to deal with that matter during this COVID-19 pandemic. We have therefore allocated an additional 25.4 million for social relief, including homeless programs, PPEs, and the appointment of temporary social workers assisting with COVID-19 response measures. The department is allocated 1.492 billion in 2021, 1.502 billion in 21-22, 1.573 billion in 22-23. Thus, in the medium-term expenditure framework ahead, the department will be spending a total of 4.567 billion in the following priorities, amongst others: the appointment of temporary social work, social workers in areas of high prevalence of gender-based violence, substance abuse, and those issues affecting children. Of course, gender-based violence and STIs, victim empowerment, early childhood development, Office of the Rights of Children, and operational costs towards the Substance Abuse Treatment Center that was recently structured in Botshabelo. Honourable Speaker, this budget includes 72.656 million allocated over the MTF period, which is earmarked for non-profit organisations in terms of the court judgment. Going to sport, culture and recreation, Honourable Speaker, in the advent of COVID-19, this has impacted not only on businesses, but left our artists and various supporting codes socially and economically distressed. Our response to lockdown measures, which include social distancing and restriction of gatherings, has left the entertainment and sporting sectors in a dire situation. We have, rightfully so, and together with the private sector, deferred key activities that benefit our artists. These include, amongst others, Makufe and other cultural related programs that have a direct impact on safe social distancing. MEC Dimakatsol Mahasa, the aforementioned, are strong drivers of social cohesion in our communities and thus remain an integral trajectory in advancing our national development agenda. We need to, without fail, continue to strengthen our social programs that encourage social integration, inclusion and mutual solidarity in our communities. We have allocated an additional 12.5 million to the department as relief funds for artists and sporting codes. Madam Speaker, I must also hasten to mention that funds within the Mass Participation and Sport Development Grant have been repurposed towards assisting sports people and other support. Madam Speaker, we are fortunate to be chosen as the preferred province to construct and host the National Training Centre. We are in the midst of economic distress and therefore we need to pull all stops in ensuring that we derive economic benefit and value from the planned infrastructure project. We will, as province, work closely with the affected departments to safeguard the implementation of this project. The budget allocation for the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation totals 2.242 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework and is divided as follows: 601.8 million in 2021, 806.2 million in 21-22, and 834.2 million in the outer year. The budget caters for, amongst others, support to deal with arts and culture, support to sporting codes, photographers, community media and infrastructure development, which includes the construction of the NTCE and the Charles Mopedi State. On the economic and infrastructure cluster, Honourable Speaker, when we prepared this budget, we went through vigorous deliberations to ensure that the allocations are anchored on the following key 7 economic priorities of our government: transformation of the economy and the creation of jobs, investing in education, skills revolution and health, social wage, spatial development, human settlement and local government, social cohesion and safe communities, building a capable, ethical and developmental state, and a better Africa, better world. It is an urgent need for us to fight back the scourge of unemployment, especially amongst our youth. The budget for the economic cluster seeks to bring that hope through investing programs that are modelled to create jobs, to create a conducive environment for our economy to flourish, to support youth enterprises and to boost township economies. Madam Speaker, in 2021 financial year, I hope the province plans to spend 6.903 billion on the economic and infrastructure cluster. I must equally indicate to this House that there is a huge decline of 9.7% from what we had estimated in March 2020 as a result of more than 320 million that have been reprioritized from Human Settlements Development Grant and the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant. On human settlements, we still reaffirm, Honourable Speaker, our view that the restoration of dignity through land ownership and house ownership is imperative and brings back the well-deserved dignity to our people. The allocation to this department for the implementation of the comprehensive human settlements in the province, the department will spend more than 3.808 billion over the MTF period. The budget per financial year allows for 1.132 billion in 2021, 1.312 billion in 21-22, and 1.364 billion in the outer year. MEC Motsidisi Koloi, the budget includes 124 million allocated over the MTF and specifically earmarked for the demolition and replacement of 2-roomed houses and top up for the construction of military veterans' houses. Honourable Speaker, the budget further makes provision for revitalisation of mining towns, upgrading of informal settlements, and continuation of title deeds restoration program, services to the poorest of the poor. The title deeds restoration grant comes to an end in 2021 and will be phased back into the Human Settlements Development Grant. These funds have already been added back to the 2 outer financial years. Honourable Speaker, let me re-emphasise that 2021 financial year, almost 65% of this grant has been reprioritised to COVID-19. There is only 11.7 million remaining for the restoration of title deeds in the current financial year. We'll have to pull out all the stops to our framework and provide much needed title deeds to our people. On public works and infrastructure, Madam Speaker, our MEC Motsidisi Koloi, this department is key in ensuring that provincial infrastructure projects are delivered on time within the allocated budget. The department, together with economic departments, plays a pivotal role in reigniting our provincial economy and job creation through infrastructure delivery. Honourable Speaker, the advent of COVID-19 also placed another responsibility on this department. The rising numbers of COVID-19 cases requires provision of quarantine facilities for our people who may have been exposed to the virus. These facilities also need to be maintained, disinfected periodically, and there must also be security and other related equipment that must be provided by the department. We have therefore allocated an additional 64 million for the provision of the said quarantine facilities. Both the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and the Department of Health work very closely on these matters. Honourable Speaker, the province will spend more than 12.402 billion on infrastructure over the 2020 MTF ahead. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, as an implementing agent, is central in ensuring that the province implements the projects effectively and in an efficient manner that derives value for money that we spend. We take note and appreciate the successful piloting of water demand management programs, which is aimed at reducing water consumption and leakages in government buildings. This project has yielded the savings of 6 million in just one facility in the province over a period of 9 months. The department will spend more than 5.555 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework. The allocation is divided as follows: 1.729 billion in 2021, 1.869 billion in 21-22, 1.957 billion in 22-23. The medium-term expenditure framework allocations have included an amount of 1.375 billion allocated for rates and taxes, as well as 182.3 million earmarked for township revitalization projects, and that goes directly back into the local economy. The allocations for the 2021 include 6.20270 million for expanded public works program. This program remains a crucial program in creating job opportunities in the province, and we appreciate the sterling work done by the department to implement this program. On police, roads and transport, Honourable Speaker, the centrality of our province gives us a competitive edge and competitive advantage over many other provinces. MEC Sam Mashinini, this department also plays a key role in ensuring that our public transport network, inclusive of taxi ranks and bus stations, meet the lockdown regulations for the safety of thousands of workers who are returning to work. We have allocated an additional amount of 20 million for the procurement of personal protective equipment, particularly in our provincial registration authorities across the province. Honourable members, I must also indicate that part of the public transport operations grant has been repurposed for sanitisation of buses and public transport facilities, provision of PPEs for the public transport workers, and establishing of hand-washing facilities. The department is encouraged to engage the National Department of Roads for review of business plans and utilizations of funds for those above said matters. The department is allocated an amount of 2.685 billion in 2021, 2.896 billion in 21-22, and 3.018 billion in 22-23. The budget mainly provides for, amongst others, road infrastructure investments, subsidy for public transport users, oversight and promotion of community policing, transport regulation and operations, and of course COVID-19 response measures. Over and above the budget that caters for revenue-related programs such as cash in transit and post office costs, Honourable Mashinini, we appreciate the work executed by your department with regards to revenue collection, and hence we have allocated 10 million for the implementation of revenue enhancement projects. As said earlier on, times are hard, the provincial fiscus is shrinking, therefore we need more revenue streams to support provincial priorities. On agriculture and rural development, Honourable Speaker, food security is the blood of any economy, developed or developing, and thus remains at the centre of improving our economy. Food security remains a powerful tool in fighting the scourge of poverty and ensuring that our people are free from malnutrition and enjoy better health outcomes. MEC William Bulwani, this province has a competitive advantage when it comes to agriculture, and therefore a need for us to work together, private and government sectors, to enhance the potential of the sector, which you are really doing well. This is a sector that provided more employment opportunities in the past and can be achieved again through collaborative measures between the private and public sector. The department received 702.2 million in 2021 854.1 million in 21-22 and 902 million in 22-23. An additional amount of 500,000, including the above allocation, is earmarked for procurement of PPEs. The budget further provides a continuation of land care programs, support and training of farmers, veterinary services, infrastructure investments, and implementation of agricultural projects. We take note and congratulate the department on the land care commonage development in 11 towns in the Tabanchu irrigation schemes. On economic, small business development, tourism and environmental affairs, Honourable Speaker, I've already alluded to the harsh economic realities facing not only South Africa but the world at large. Madam Speaker, the impact of COVID-19 is expected to exacerbate these problems, particularly in the tourism and hospitality sectors. We have halted the Flower Festival, Powerboat Racing, Bloom Show and Bethlehem Air Show, as these events have a potential of increasing the COVID-19 infection rates. The changing fiscal landscape is not favourable to our developmental goals. However, we need to invest more on projects that will revive our economy post-COVID-19, and there is a need to identify high-impact economic projects for the province, which together with high-impact infrastructure projects, it could yield much-needed job opportunities that could improve the demand within the province. Congratulations, Honourable MEC Mohale, for your continued efforts in partnering with civil society, NGOs, the private sector, national governments in pursuit to stimulate the provincial economy. Let us continue to strengthen these relationships and work towards finding new innovative ways of funding and doing business. Honourable Speaker, the department is allocated just over 2 billion over the MTF to further implement the mandate of growing the Free State economy. The budget is disaggregated as follows: 6.42.9 million in 2021, 662 million in 21-22, and 695.7 million in 22-23. This budget makes provision for, amongst others, trade and investment promotion, SMME support, industrial parks, youth enterprise development initiatives, National Youth Development Agency, resorts and reserves, and maintenance and the environmental programs. Honourable Speaker, allow me to briefly touch on transfers made to public entities. The Free State Gambling, in the 2021 year, the province is allocating 100.2 million to the Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority for its operational and regulatory purposes. I must also indicate that this entity, through its regulatory framework, collected revenue of more than 65 million for the province in the 18-19 financial year. The revenue from FSGLTA is estimated to total 66 million over the next 3 years. The Free State Development Corporation will receive 36 million in 2021, and this allocation includes transfers made to the Magutia Special Economic Zone. The last cluster, Honourable Speaker, is departments at the centre of government, and our vision is clear. We want to build a capable, ethical, developmental state. We need to continue to drive, to institutionalize, and to promote clean, responsive, accountable, effective, and efficient government. We are very much firm and committed to the principle of good governance. In your State of the Province address, Honourable Premier, you gave us clear marching orders. You called on public servants to recommit themselves and work differently. You referred to many problems besetting the youth in this province, especially that of unemployment. We agree with you, Honourable Premier, that we must do all in our powers to address these challenges. And I believe that in terms of our oversight role, Honourable Premier, led by the Free State Legislature, through our committees, that we will ensure that public resources are utilised in an economic, efficient and effective manner and create job opportunities for the youth of our province. Madam Speaker, the institutions and departments at the core or the centre of government with this regard are the Free State Legislature, the Office of the Premier, the Provincial Treasury and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. I'd like to outline, Honourable Speaker, that over the next financial year, together with the Free State Legislature, which is the arm of the state, will spend 1.961 billion. Allow me to address these institutions individually. The Office of the Premier will receive an amount of 689.8 million in 2021 financial year, 687.6 million and 716.6 million in the 21-22 and 22-23 years respectively. In the total, the Office of the Premier will spend 2.094 billion in the MTF ahead. The budget provides for the following priorities amongst others: funding for social services supporting COVID-19 pressures, specific to PPEs and gender-based violence programs, funding for the provincial bursary program. If we take out 300 million of the Premier's budget, we left for 324 million, the 300 million specific for the provincial bursary program. Funding of the Free State Training and Development Institute, funding for community development workers, innovation hub for the province, coordination of youth programs, provincial planning, and bringing government services to the people of the province through the establishment of ward offices in a phased approach across every single town of this province. Honourable Premier, again, we commend the work done by community development workers and community health workers. These officials are at the front line of COVID-19 response services. They are at grassroots level and they interact with communities frequently and daily, and they're more prone to understanding the challenges and the material conditions of our people on the ground. We must support them, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Premier, the above allocation includes 2.5 million for the review and alignment of the Free State Growth and Development Strategy to the 2019-2024 medium-term strategic framework. We have not lost, Honourable Premier, your emphasis on the fourth industrial revolution, and I'd like to reiterate that any large network organization is absolutely vulnerable to the global IT security threats. We have thus looked at various risks with regards to cyber attacks that bring down our network and the ICT environment due to hackers, and therefore on our day-to-day basis, we interact more so with ICT as part of our readiness for 4IR, or as part of the deployment of 4IR. The cluster endorsed a fully managed 24/7, 365 security operations center. This operations center will be procured through the savings of the province as we consolidate 195.8 million over the period of 3 years in terms of our savings for ICT deployment in the province. On cooperative and governance and traditional affairs, Honourable Speaker, our government's resolve to enhance the integrated planning amongst these spheres is a great step towards achieving financial and technical efficiencies in the limited fiscal resources at our disposal. Our sister department, COCTA, is at the forefront of leading this model, and I'd like to congratulate MEC Nangisa on the approved water and electricity master plans for Maluti, Akufung, and other municipalities, as well as the approvals of other plans in the municipal infrastructure grant. COCTA has allocated 446.3 million in 2021, 473.8 million in 21-22, and 492.2 million in 22-23. The budget provides for, amongst other things, Operation Clean Audit programs, municipal support program, and the support of the establishment of water laboratories in municipalities. The budget further provides for the House of Traditional Leaders and related operations. Honourable Speaker, I'm pleased to also announce that the 20 billion allocation from National regarding support to municipalities, there's also been a further allocation of 668.165 million, which has been allocated to the Free State local municipalities for COVID relief-related purposes. In March, Honourable Speaker, I alluded to the announcement by Honourable Premier regarding water challenges faced by municipalities as a result of the drought, especially Maluti Akufung. I am delighted to announce to this Augusta House that the promise to provide water in that municipality was a success, despite that there are still some challenges in other areas that are being attended to. Free State Provincial Treasury, Honourable Speaker, the oversight role of Treasury is key in ensuring that very limited public resources are utilised in an economic, effective and efficient manner. Provincial Treasury in this regard will continue its role with ensuring that public resources are managed prudently with unquestionable integrity. We continue with our partnerships with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, the South African Institute of Accountants, the South African Institute of Internal Audit, the South African Revenue Services, amongst others. Madam Speaker, in our pursuit to enforce good governance, we have hosted yet another anti-fraud awareness conference, which was attended by both public and private sector officials, which was a success with clear recommendations going forward. Our oversight work together with the Office of the Premier, Provincial Legislature and COGTA has resulted in marginal improvement of audit outcomes in the 2018 financial year for provinces. The province will face large improvement of municipality outcomes and in compliance with regulatory frameworks and financial management issues within municipalities and provincial departments to enhance these audit outcomes. Madam Speaker, the advent of COVID-19 and the declaration of this disaster by the President necessitated and prompted response from the province to limit the spread of this specific virus. The Ministry of Finance invoked Section 25 of the Public Finance Management Act for utilization of funds from the Provincial Revenue Fund. The procurement of PPEs on behalf of all departments of this province was then centralized to Provincial Treasury. We ensured that a framework was developed in line with supply chain prescripts and regulations that Free Staters and key designated groups within the province benefits out of this procurement. In terms of doing work inside the province, it must be noted that out of the total budget spent thus far on COVID-related procurement, 82% of procurement was spent on Free State-based companies, and the remaining 18% was spent on companies outside of the borders of the Free State. A total number of 223 benefited out of this procurement to ensure that our procurement spend was as broad as possible. 94% were spent on Black-owned companies, 38% on youth-owned companies, 3% on military veterans, 29% on women-owned companies, and thus far we were not yet able to assist companies that are owned by people who are living with disabilities. Concerted efforts have already been made in terms of representations of various organizations to work with those people who are living with disabilities to change this factor. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate to the House that due to the nature of our expenditure and the spending patterns, these numbers and statistics will not remain stagnant. Honourable Speaker, Provincial Treasury will continue to lead in ensuring significant oversight and accountability by conducting relevant internal and external audits to ensure compliant measures are in place for all COVID-related expenditure across all departments and municipalities. Honourable Speaker, if you would allow me and through you, I'd like to advise our business community of the Free State that tenders are not a sustainable method of growth and growth within your business. Your business plans are financed and approved against sustainable business models. I'd like to urge business people to continue to work with government, but kindly diversify your business for a more sustainable approach. Provincial Treasury is therefore allocated 535.6 million in 2020-21, 363.1 million in 21-22, and 382.9 million in 22-23. The huge allocation in the 2021 financial year relates to the procurement of PPEs on behalf of other provincial departments to the tune of 205 million. Madam Speaker, this budget, of course, provides for further responses to sustainable and prudent resource management, strengthening of financial governance, asset and liability management, and of course, strengthening of municipal financial management. Honourable Speaker, in terms of the provincial legislature, our provincial legislature as an arm of the state remains at the heart of institutionalization and accountability within the public sector. The oversight role of this august House and its related committees is central to ensuring the limited public resources indeed yield better and tangible services to our people. Congratulations to you, Honourable Speaker, and all the members of the provincial legislature. Indeed, the strict oversight work executed by our activist provincial legislature continues to strengthen the political governance and accountability levels to the people of our province. The allocation to the provincial legislature is as follows: 290 million in 2021, 296 million in 21-22, and 307.8 million in 22-23. The following priorities, amongst others, are funded: oversight through committee systems, support and funding to political parties, public participation, awareness and education campaigns, and participation of the NCLP processes. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, my heartfelt gratitude, of course, first and foremost, goes to my colleagues at the Budget Council, at the Executive Committee, at the Budget Forum, which reminds us about the relevance and importance of fiscal discipline in these difficult times for the benefit of our citizenry. I would also like to extend my gratitude to the Premier of the Free State Province, all my colleagues, the members of the Executive Council and the Provincial Budget Committee for their candid, positive critique and support. Our intention to change the economic and material conditions of the poorest of the poor and to enhance service delivery remains our collective and ultimate objective. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to thank you, members of the Legislature, the Chairperson and members of the Finance Portfolio Committee for their continuous engagement and demand for accountability in the utilisation of government resources. I thank the Director General, heads of department, Chief Executive Officers, and all provincial government officials for the role that they play in drafting this budget and that will stimulate the economy, balance the challenges and improve the lives of our people in this province. I'd like to extend a special thanks to my head of department, Mr. Godfrey Mahatsi, and the dedicated team of Treasury for your sterling work undertaking in putting this budget together. Indeed, your work ethic and dedication is truly appreciated. My sincerest gratitude goes to my family for their sacrifices and support to my dedication to the people of this province. And most importantly, my heartfelt appreciation to the people of the Free State for the opportunity and honour that you've entrusted in us as members of the Executive Council. As I conclude, Honourable Speaker, it is important to reiterate and pledge our support to free Palestine and for an end in the illegal and unjust occupation of all Palestinian land. Honourable Speaker, I hereby table the 2020 budget together with the associated appropriation bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Brown. What does the MEC propose?
I think it's on here. That the bill as tabled be referred to the Committee on Public Accounts and Finance.
Any discussion, honourable members?
None. No discussion.
No.
Any objection?
None.
No objection.
Approved. The bill stands referred to the Committee on Public Accounts and Finance. Thank you, honourable members. Honourable members, we now move to questions for oral reply. According to Rule 55 to 57, I've been advised, honourable members, that questions 1 and 2 have been responded to. We are going to then deal with question 3. The Secretary shall read the question.
Honourable Speaker.
Is it Honourable Junkerson?
No, it's van Vieren.
Oh, I see the hand of Honourable Junkerson. It's fine. You can speak, Honourable van Vieren.
Speaker, just give me some clarity. We're busy with motions. Now we jump to questions suddenly. Normally we finish all the motions. When are we going to finish the motions? How does this program work then? Because if we go into motions, we've got motion 1, motion 2, and now suddenly you go to questions. Can you just give us some clarity, please?
Point of order, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Chief Whip.
Honourable Speaker, I think the member is out of order because we do have our order paper with us. Can we proceed as such and allow the Speaker to chair the proceedings? Thank you.
The order is sustained. Can the Secretary read the question 3?
Honourable Speaker, raise my hand on a point of
Honorable Kleinhans asked Honorable MEC responsible for to answer the following question. In view of the fact that every municipality in the Free State has severe challenges with the supply of piped water to residents, which is often exacerbated by a theft of water pumps at various pump stations, treatment plants and reservations, what is the total number of water pumps which have been stolen or disappeared in each municipality in the Free State in the years A, 2015 to 2016, B, 2016 to 2017, C, 2017 to 2018, D, 2018 to 2019, E, 2019 to 2020, respectively. Whether such incidents have been reported to the SAPS, if not, why not? So, what are the SAPS cast number for each of these respective incidents? Whether any such prosecutions have been obtained in each of the relevant years of cases of theft of water pumps, if not, why not? If so, what are the respective details in each case?
The Honorable MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Mangisa, may respond to question 3.
Honorable Speaker, I raised my hand some time ago on a point of order.
I think the question, and thank the honorable member.
Speaker, I raised my hand on a point of order some time ago.
Honorable,
as we reply to the question.
Honorable MEC, can you hold a little bit? Honorable Jungleson.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was under the impression we raise our virtual hand for you to recognize us. Honorable Speaker, regarding question 1 and 2, you indicated that they've responded to. We have not received the responses to question 1 or 2, so I presume that they will continue to be replied to as indicated on the order paper.
Okay, I will check that.
Can you check it before we proceed, please, Speaker?
Honorable Jungleson, I'm doing just that. Honorable Jungleson, I've just been given the proof that the questions were sent to members on the 2nd of July, 2020.
The Speaker, those specific 2 questions we haven't received yet. I confirmed with my office a while ago. But I would request then, Speaker, to save time that they be forwarded to us as soon as possible, and then we can deal with this at a later stage.
Point of order, Speaker.
Thank you. Let me deal with that. Thank you, Honorable Jungleson. I am going to request the office to send them now as we are sitting here, and thank you for that. Can we then allow Honorable Mangisa to continue with question 3?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying the context of the question must be understood that we actually not dealing with one element, which is theft. We are dealing with a historical problem of apartheid spatial planning, which in itself saw, as a result of the Group Areas Act, which was reenacted over a period of time, has established separate development of communities. That saw the suburbs well developed and location of white people in essence in those areas. And on the other hand, you saw the townships which were underdeveloped or not developed, which was the location of the black majority. So the development thereof was such that the other area would be more developed and infrastructure will be built in and advanced, as opposed to the other area with no development and no planning of future development at all. So we're addressing that historical problem and within it you have currently an aging infrastructure that we are attending to that affects the interruption of water supply in various communities. The SET Act, amongst others, saw the development of your homeland system where you had people who were located in the peripheral areas with an intention of utilizing them as surplus workforce. So we are dealing in a nutshell or in general with a historical problem of a short-sightedness of the apartheid spatial development. But as for the issues that are raised, you would know we did reply to the question. I'm not sure whether I should aggregate or go to municipality by municipality. But on aggregates, 2015, 2016, you had 5 incidents, which in the main happened at Setsoto. And 2016, 2017, you had 6 incidents, which happened at Setsoto again. 2017, 18, you had 4 incidents, which also happened at Setsoto. And in 2018, 19, you had 2 incidents in the same area of Setsoto. Now, 2019, 2020, already, we have experienced 4 incidents of interruption in terms of theft. And in as far as the cases pertaining to those areas, with regard to Mokaka, we've got 1 case that happened 2019, 2020. And the case number, we have given the case number to the honorable member is 223/8/2019. And investigations are underway. And in line with Setsoto, we still have to confirm on the activities and what has transpired to that extent. In total, we have got at least 22 incidents that has happened in various municipalities. But the other weakness of the system, you have growing population in those areas, and the current infrastructure is not accommodative towards. And the burden thereof leads to a lot of interruptions because the flow becomes higher and the demands also is less. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngangisa. Is there any follow-up, Honorable Kleinhans?
Yes, thank you, Acting Speaker. My response is that the question to the MEC was extremely specific. The question was the number of water pumps that were stolen, 3.1. My question was not about infrastructure development, spatial planning, drought, or anything else. It was about the number of pumps that were stolen. Speaker, then it is extremely disturbing because according to what the MEC has just said, there were 22 incidents, according to him, of pumps being stolen in the province, which I think it must be very much more than that. And he's given us 1 case number. Does this mean that there's now an industry of stealing water pumps and selling them on the black market, and municipalities simply just have to fork out and buy more pumps or cocktail? Speaker, I'm not happy with this answer at all, and I hope that the MEC is going to provide a written response with detailed answers. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Honorable Member. Let us then move to the 4th question. The Secretary shall read the question number 4.
Honorable Msinganga asks Honorable MEC responsible for education, Dr. Mahwe, the following question. After a teacher at Fona Primary School were learners screened and tested on 15 June 2020 as claimed by the Fona School Management? If not, why is the department allowing Fona Primary School Management to communicate a compromised message How many learners and teachers have contracted COVID-19 today since the reopening of the schools? And do you think a move to open schools whilst there's of people who are contracting COVID-19 is on the rise, a well-thought idea?
Thank you. Honorable Makwe, you may respond.
Thank you so much, Chair of Chair. Yes, indeed, after the issue was picked up of the teacher at Fona Primary School, on the 14th, there was a letter that was informing the parents of the incident. And indeed, on the 15th, the learners, the cleaners, and everybody at the school were indeed screened and tested. And this was done with the help of the Department of Health. Remember that this program, this whole issue of combating COVID-19, it is led by the Department of Health. And every time there's a problem, we just follow protocols, inform the Department of Health, and they actually have been extremely helpful in terms of supporting the learners. We may just add that even disinfection happened, and then and the learners were able to come back to school after the 17th. So I think we can confirm that indeed those processes have happened, like in all other schools that we have had a challenge. In terms of the numbers of positive cases, we can just quickly give the numbers in the whole province. All the teachers that have been affected or tested positive, they are 110. And then the learners, they are 51. And then office-based official, that is subject advisors and those who stay in the district offices, they are about 12. And non-teaching staff at the schools are about 21. Therefore, you are taking about 194 individuals that have been affected there. And then, Chair, on the last question, I think that as a country, we all agree that here we are led by science. And if science, through the Department of Health, says we are now able to go to alert level 3, and these are the things that can happen under alert level 3, we are able to send our children back to school. I think that as a Department of Education, we have tried to be very risk averse to ensure that whatever we do, we actually take children in small groups so that now we can pick up issues if they come. And also we don't want to overwhelm the Department of Health. So yes, indeed, I am satisfied that this just that different strategy that we're using is indeed appropriate, and learners can actually go back to school. I'm sure by now all the members have also seen yesterday that even the courts were saying that why are you keeping the learners who are even younger? Because international evidence and research evidence, Chair, demonstrate that even here in our own province, that children who are below 19 years are least affected by COVID-19, including the statistics that I've just given you. Despite that there's much more learners in schools than teachers, the biggest number of people who have tested positive, indeed, 110 were teachers and 51 were learners. So it shows that indeed science is correct. But I think the other reason that we have advanced as a Department of Education is that it is safer for children to be at school. I mean, most of us who stay in the townships know what is happening during the day, that these kids are there outside. They're playing, exchanging tools, playing football and so on and so on, and they go back home without being tested. So at least at the school, every day when the child arrives, there will be a screening process. A screening process that includes, amongst others, taking the temperature filling a questionnaire, the screening questionnaire. And teachers have been trained on the disease itself through the Department of Health. And therefore, teachers can actually notice if there are challenges in terms of health. And then
Honorable Mahwe, my apologies for interjecting you. Can Honorable Meko be on mute so that he may respond to his calls without any interference? You may proceed, Honorable Member.
Yes. No, I was just saying that our systems at school, Chair, are being tested, working with the Department of Health. And in fact, they've proven themselves to be able to pick up challenges when the learners come, and sometimes, and even when the teachers themselves come. I was going to make an example of what happened in Tsuseletso, that the teachers themselves noticed this young person, that this young person was not well. It was the teachers, after being trained, who said to this young person, go back home and make sure that you get tested. And indeed, when the young person went back home, tested, and up 2-3 days later, they got the results that were positive. So it shows that we are able to pick up these diseases, and therefore this is contributing to an overall program of combating this disease. And lastly, Chair, we know that one of the good things that the democratic government of the African National Congress has done was to ensure that there's food in schools. You know, many of us in the legislature here remember that when we went to school, there was no food. And therefore, all the food that is being provided at school have been tested by qualified people to make sure that the immune system of the learners is improved. And that is why even some NGOs took us to court as government to say, find a way to feed even those kids who are not at school. And therefore, we are completely satisfied that we are managing the disease. It's not, we can't destroy it. Health will lead us there. But they tell us that the disease will be with us for the next 2 or so years. So we need to prepare for it. But we are happy that we have managed the system the way it is at the moment, and we don't have major concerns. We don't have any death in the province that talks to younger people, and therefore we are happy that our systems are still excellent in picking up the disease. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahwe. Honorable Msimang, is there any follow-up?
Yeah, Chair, thanks. I'm not sure what is Dr. Mahwe implying by saying children are more safer at school than at home. I don't know, is this thing suggesting that parents can take care of their own kids more than schools does? I'm not sure what the implication of that statement. But the question that I would want to raise as a follow-up, since kids are risking their lives, is Dr. Mahwe willing also now to risk bophelo ba hae or re tsamaye lo tshwarela parliament sessions ko Radsa? Because grade R kids are out there, they are risking their lives, and then back to school. Is Dr. Mahwe willing to risk his life? Re tsamaye re Radsa le lo tshwarela ntho teng parliament sessions today, since grade R kids since ba tswile ba le ko dikolong. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Chair, on the point of order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. Let me give Honorable Chabalala. On which point are you rising on?
Chair, thank you very much, Chair. May I be reminded, Chair, in terms of the oral and questions, does the honorable member supposed to make a follow-up, or he's supposed to ask a new question? That is where my point of order was, Chair. Thank you.
All right. No, thank you,
But
Honorable.
that point of order is out of order because it's yeah.
Honorable
Honorable Chief Whip,
can you be
You are out of order.
It's not point of order.
Honorable Msimang,
You are out
you
of
must be
order yourself.
You are not granted a platform to speak. Thank you, Honorable Chabalala. Your point of order is sustained. A question must emanate and find relevance to the initial question that was raised. It is only in that context where we will regard it being a follow-up on the initial question. So we will then move to question 5. The secretary shall read question 5.
Honorable Msinganga, as Honorable MEC responsible for health meets you with the following question, 5.1, Roman figure 1. Since the uplifting of regulations against buying of liquor and consumption thereof, how many people found themselves in trauma wards in our province due to alcohol-related incidents? I'm referring specifically to car accidents, gunshots, etc., including assaults. And are these incidents increasing or decreasing compared to other months before regulations against liquor were uplifted? Roman figure 2. If these incidents are on the rise, do you think the decisions taken to allow selling of liquor won't undermine the struggle and fight against COVID-19 pandemic? 5.2. On the 28th May 2020, a pregnant patient who was detected to be positive by Hilton Clinic was referred to Witumelo Hospital. On her arrival to Witumelo Hospital, it was never indicated that the above-mentioned patient tested positive for COVID-19, and as a result, the nurse was
Thank you, the Deputy Secretary. Honorable Tsiu, the floor is yours. May you reply to the questions as read.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The first question wants the statistics as related to trauma cases. As from the April, the March one, I only have the one of Pelenomi, not the provincial one, because we only have our central trauma at Pelenomi, which was if I read the Pelenomi trauma cases. In January we had 252, February 261, March 265, and in April that was the time when there was a lockdown, because remember lockdown started in March. We had 54, May 61, and April 93. It means they increased as the as the time went by. But then I will have to read the provincial one, the total one of the province. That would be the numbers of all the casualty cases, the casualties in all our hospitals as consolidated. In April, we had 5,378. In May, we had 6,294. And in June, we had 7,214. That clearly shows that as we go down the lockdown, the numbers are increasing. The second part of the questions asks, the answer to that question is that all of us as representatives, we have to rely on the people's sober judgment to conduct themselves in a way that can encourage social distancing and following the hygiene protocols. It is clear that if people are drunk, people cannot socially distance. And banning of alcohol is not going to be helpful in COVID-19 management. We call on all to attest with less alcohol available. There has been decrease in traumas in various hospitals. Fewer people have been involved in accidents. Fewer people have been stabbed. It can never be a responsibility of government alone, but together we can do more. With the second question, the second question, it was the issue of them. Okay. Let me read clearly what happens with the second question. The patient was never, as Comrade has said, the Honorable Msimang has said that the detection was done at Helbron Clinic. No, that is not true. The patient was never detected at Helbron Clinic that she was positive before she could be transferred to both Tukolo Hospital and Witumelo hospitals. It was only discovered when her results for COVID-19 came out positive. And that was at the time when the person was already at home, and the tracer team of Fezile Dabi found her with a baby at home. During the tracing, it was then discovered that the patient had been to Helbron, Tukullo, and Bitumelo Regional Hospital. The patient never had symptoms suggestive of COVID when he came at all the places where he had been. The department decontaminated Helbron Clinic, Tukullo Hospital Maternity, and Bitumelo Maternity wards after it had been discovered that the patient had been through those service areas. The hospitals continued rendering services as there were no justifiable reasons as to why the entire hospitals had been closed. Staff that tested positive were not in contact with the said patient. And there's no even the time when the patient got the results was at the time when we had the delay in getting the results. It was way after 14 days. All staff wear personal protective equipment as they attend to the patients at all material times. All patients are regarded as positive until it has been proven otherwise. Staff, patients, and visitors are being screened as they enter hospital buildings on a daily basis, and those that require testing are being tested. I thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC2. Honorable Member Simang, is there any follow-up on the said reply?
Chair, I'm a bit disappointed. For some of us, we go physically and do oversight. We don't do oversight over a laptop or through a phone. We go to the ground. We know there were no tables for screening in Bitumelo because we touch the base. We don't play. So MEC must learn to touch a base. These people are misleading here. Yeah, people are misleading. Clearly, I thought I would be told as far as gunshots, this is the stats. As far as other accidents, this is the stats. Chair, I'm not satisfied, and clearly the MEC is not prepared, has not prepared herself to answer the question.
Chair,
but I'm disappointed that she doesn't know that.
Honorable Simang, can we allow Honorable Meko is rising on a point of order? Honorable Meko.
Chair, I'm rising on a point of order because I think what Honorable Member is doing is nothing else but to want to score political points. In terms of the operations of the legislature, because as a country and as a global humanity, we're dealing with a pandemic. And we said
Honorable Msimango, can you please be orderly? Honorable Meko, you may proceed.
That the understanding is that everything else of the legislature shall be conducted through visual means or digital communication. Committees are not allowed and have not been doing any oversight work. Our understanding is that oversight work of the legislature is done by the committees of the legislature, not individuals.
We know our work. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Meko, your point of order is sustained on the basis that we have adopted a program as the legislature in the Rules and Orders Committee, and we have been operating within the regulations of COVID, applying the visual means. So for that reason, we cannot bring forth an oversight report or account which has not been formally conducted through the necessary means and procedures of the legislature. And basically, this is not the basis of the argument. The member will therefore exhaust other means of the oversight and of the committee to further deliberate and interact with the department on this matter. Can we then move to question number 6? Can the secretary read question 6 for us, please?
Honorable Msimanga asks Honorable MEC responsible for police, roads and transport in Tate Mashinini the following question. Why has the Department of Police abandoned all roadblocks at the borders to other provinces? And is this in keeping with the lockdown regulation on level 3?
Honorable Ntatese Mashinini, may you please respond.
Thank you very much, chairs of chairs. I want to start answering this particular question in this way, that we all know moving from level 5 to level 4 is in the movement of the people, particularly when we move from level 4 to level 3, more people were allowed to move. What does that mean? That means that we then began to experience a rise in crime in towns and also in the township. So the South African police had to find a balancing formula. And that balancing formula was to ensure that police are spread all over, including in towns and also in the township. Going straight to the point, has the borders been abandoned? The answer is no. What is actually happening, Honorable Msimang, in those areas is that number of police have been reduced to manage, to share the responsibility so that others can focus on the rising crime inside the township. So which are those roads, the borders? The Maseru border is still operational. The N3, the R57, R59, N1 Gauteng border, and I know you might be referring to Bothaville. Bothaville, as we then began to look at other areas, it was basically affected for something like 1 or 2 or 3 days. But we then immediately corrected that. As you can go to it now, that border is basically operational. I also need to indicate that the volume in the other small roads have also decreased. And therefore, you have to manage the issue of overtime because you can't put people there when there are absolutely no cars in the other small roads. We are focusing on that, but we are not leaving those roads just like that. We have a van or a vehicle standing there with fewer police to manage the flow of the traffic in these areas. But the key main roads, like I've indicated, which are the bordering roads, yes, I can confirm that the borders, the roadblocks are still continuing in those areas that I've mentioned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mashinini. Is there any follow-up, Honorable Msimang?
No, I'm covered, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now, Honorable Member, we now proceed to notice of motions. I wish to inform the House that the title of the Honorable Msimang.
Through you, Chair. The last session that we had, I asked an oral question, which the Premier said will provide a written response. Up until today, the Premier has not provided a written response. I was expecting that from this session, I will get a response from what I've asked previously, from the previous meeting. Yeah.
All right. In that regard, I'll make a follow-up. I'll check with the Secretariat, and then in the next sitting, we will be able to communicate as to what is the latest development regarding your plea. Now, without a waste of time, honorable members, we now proceed to notices of motions. I wish to inform the House that the title of the notice of motion has been published in the TAC and a signed copy thereof has been distributed to members in accordance with the rules of virtual sittings. Notice of motion published in the TAC is deemed to be tabled in this House. Let me therefore afford Honorable Dr. Jankelson an opportunity. Honorable Jankelson.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I request permission to read the notice of motion.
Any discussion, honorable members? Honorable members, is there any discussion? Can I get an indication?
No.
Any objection?
Yes.
Honorable Chabalala, can I give you the platform? Is it Honorable Chabalala who? Okay. Yes, you may proceed.
Honorable Chair, I'm objecting this motion, Chair, on the basis that we'll be given an opportunity. I don't know, Honorable Chair, that in terms of the rules and orders, because I know that the motion must be read before us. So I wanted to then give reasons why I'm objecting this motion, Chair, if I may be given that opportunity.
Yes, I'm granting you an opportunity to state your objection. And can I indicate, Honorable Chabalala, are you with me?
Chair, I'm with you.
Yes, I'm saying you can continue to state your objection to the request by Honorable Jankelson to get a permission to read the motion.
Okay.
Okay. You may continue.
Are you saying me, Chair, should continue, or Honorable Jankelson?
No, I'm saying you can continue outlining your objection.
No, Chair, I know that we have received the motion, Chair. We did receive them, and on the basis of that, Chair, I wanted to say that in terms of that motion, Chair, it does not stand to be discussed in this legislature because it does not speak to the rules of the legislature, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. There was another vote beside that of Honorable Chabalala. Is there any other member who wanted to deliberate on the objection?
Chair.
Okay, I note Honorable Khadisha. Is there any other honorable member? Okay,
Yeah,
I take it. Okay, you'll be the second one, Honorable Kabati. Honorable Khadisha, in that particular order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I second the objection, Honorable Chair. We haven't had the opportunity to go through the motion, so I would want to request a proposal through you, Chair, that we deal with this motion at the next sitting of the House. We need some time to go through the motion and the details. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kabati.
So you want to do what?
Okay. No, Chair, I'm seconding the Chief Whip in terms of objecting to reading the motion. Because, Chair, when we got the correspondence of the order of this sitting, it is indicated that the motion has already or is regarded as tabled, and therefore we got information well ahead of time. Therefore, it means that because we got information well ahead of time and the motion is regarded as tabled, we have read for ourselves this motion. It is not like when we were in a normal sitting where we're not meeting through visual, where the honorable member would have to stand up, read the motion, and table it to the table. The motion has already been tabled. The motion came along with the agenda of the meeting. We have already read for ourselves the motion. We know the contents of the motion. Therefore, there's no need for him to read the motion. We can go to a further step, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Member. Is there any other input on the matter, Honorable Members, before I could make a ruling?
Yes, Honorable Chair, may I address you on this issue?
All right, let me note, Honorable Jankelson, is there any other member? All right, I've noted Honorable Peter Way. The last one will be Honorable Chabalala. In that particular sequence, Honorable Members. All right, Honorable Meko is also here, will be the fourth speaker. Now let's make progress, Honorable Members. These are the only hands. Let me start with Honorable Jankelson. Over to you, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We submitted the motion in terms of the rules of this legislature. The motion is being tabled in the House, and my request was that it be tabled during the sitting. And that is our motions are tabled. I don't know why on the order paper says it is deemed to have been tabled. It wasn't tabled. I specifically requested to table it during the sitting, and at the tabling, normally we read the motion. As far as one of the previous points of order is concerned, I did request as well, and if you read the motion, and I will deal with it when I do read the motion, that the motion actually be discussed as we're doing now at the next sitting of the House. So all that I'm requesting is that I table the motion, I read it, I table it formally during this virtual sitting, and that we deal with it at the next sitting of the House. You'll note that motion 1, which was submitted in the beginning of the sitting, we did not have this discussion and say it's deemed tabled. So I don't know why this motion should be different to that. The MEC tabled it. She did her speech explaining that motion, and we continued with it. It's no different from that motion at all.
All right, thank you, Honorable Peter Way.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The MEC Kwabati is quite adamant that the motion does not get read. But I think, in fairness and openness to the public out there, the motion should be read, because then we're hiding things away from the public if we're not. All the members had the opportunity to read it. I think it should be read publicly as well.
Honorable Chabalala.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair, Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair, I think what has been raised by Honorable Member Mickey Kabate, it suffices to our discussions that this motion, we did receive it. And remember, Chair, in terms of our new rules that we have done and approved as a rules in terms of visual meetings, I think that must sustain as such. Thank you.
Honorable Meko.
No, Chair, thank you very much. Chair, I also agree with Honorable Mamiki. Just to bring a small technical but yet important point, that the notices of motions, in our understanding, are tabled in terms of sections Rule 64, subsection 1 and 2. And when you go through the document of Honorable Jackelson, you'd realize that the heading of the document does not say it is a notice of a motion. Rather, it says it is a motion. And as a result, it is in conflict with Rule 64.1. And second to that, Chair, unlike the rules of National Parliament, which deals with Rule 28 about the removal of the Speaker, our rules as a provincial legislature makes no guidelines for the removal of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker. In fact, in our understanding as the ANC, the motion amounts to a motion of no confidence in the Speaker as well as the rules. I mean, in the Speaker. And as a result of that, the rules chair should guide in such situations. That's the point that we want to make. Now, if indeed honorable member wants to insist that the motion must be read, I will therefore, Chair, call for the vote for the suspension of Rule 64.1, which says a notice of motion shall not be read and must be rejected. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all honorable members. I have listened attentively to all the inputs that you've made. And now it brings us to a point where I must take you through the rules. I will start with Rule 64.1, subsection A.
Chair, we can't hear you.
Yeah, somebody decided to mute me there. Can the admin just be cautious of that? Now, honorable members, according to Rule 64, subsection 1A, it reads thus: when giving notice of a motion, a member shall read it aloud and deliver at the table a signed copy of
We can't hear you, Chair.
Muted again.
But somebody is busy muting. Who is that person?
Somebody, can Tate Mufukeng, the secretary, can you check with our IT officials? Somebody is deliberately muting me. Can we not experience such ill tendencies? Now, honorable members, I was stating the rule that for a process that guides tabling of a motion, it is preceded by a member reading through the motion in the House and then forwarding a copy, or rather forwarding a copy in advance during any working day, and also being afforded to read his or her own motion. Yes, I appreciate all the facts that you are raising, but we have not amended the rules in terms of the virtual meeting. We have not amended the fact that a member must introduce his or her motion, or rather table it through this exercise of reading it before the House. So for that reason, I will have to afford Honorable Jankelson an opportunity to read the motion, and then it will be followed by a process where the House will decide whether is it sufficient or necessary for the motion to be discussed in the next sitting. But for now, he is privileged to read through the motion that he has brought forth. Without a waste of time, Honorable Jankelson, The platform is yours. Can you read the motion?
Clarity, Chair.
Just before that, Honorable Kabati.
No, Chair, I just wanted a clarity in terms of what you have just explained and having read Rule 64. I request that you reconcile it for me with the rules that you have taken in terms of virtual meetings or sittings, where such a decision has allowed that this motion be already tabled, because it's tabled, be already tabled, and that we should have already received it. Now, if we take it that we have received it and have to take it that it has already been tabled, it says we know about the motion, because when he takes a platform to tell us about the motion, because it would not have been tabled. Now, we know about the motion because the motion is tabled. Why should he read the motion when we know about it because it has already been tabled?
Thank you, Honorable. As I've, honorable members, just a minute. Let me respond to what the honorable member has raised. Honorable Kabati, there is nowhere in the amended rules of the virtual meeting where, unless you refer me to any rule or subsection where the standing rules and orders as subsection 64(1)(a) have been amended. We have not amended that, and the virtual meeting rules doesn't speak about the tabling of a motion. It speaks about the necessary preparations and the procedures that must unfold when this new mechanism of a virtual meeting is utilized. That documents must be forwarded in advance, that the extended parties who must participate must be able to take responsibility for their connectivity and the data and so on and so forth. Now, I will not read through all the virtual meetings, the rules of the virtual meetings, but I will request that if there is any section of the rules that you know of that contravenes or overrides this standing rule and order, you'll refer us to that particular section so that we don't discuss in abstract. And the virtual, the rules for the virtual meeting is stated clearly that in the where the virtual meeting, the rules doesn't speak to any particular matter. The current standing rules and orders take a prevalence. So the virtual meeting is quite silent around that. Hence, the standing rules and orders is applicable. Let me, without wasting time, honorable members.
Chair, now I'm reading the item. What does it say?
Just a minute, Honorable Kabati. We will not arrive at a very progressive conclusion if we are to have a dialogue on the matter. Please raise your hands if you want to speak so that you are recognized, and then you emphasize on the matter. And honorable members, I was very patient of all of you who have allowed almost all the speakers to speak. It is time for me to make a ruling on the matter. Can we not just go about the circle in dealing with this matter? Can we then move, honorable members, and allow...
Chair, I've raised my hand then because I'm seeing the plan right.
Okay.
You said I should raise my hand.
All right, no problem. Let me then...
iPad, but you can't see my hand.
Okay, it's okay, Honorable Leleki. You are also noted. Honorable members, we must accept to observe the decorum of the House. Once a ruling is made, if we are to reverse the ruling of the presiding officer, it will then, his existence will serve no purpose. I made a clear reference to the rules. I ensured that I afford everybody an opportunity to deliberate on the matter. But if the honorable members are so adamant that they should challenge, they should now engage the ruling, it will be inconsistent with the rules and orders of the legislature. A member being allowed to speak, to read what you have already received, would not change anything. The platform where everybody will be able to determine what should be the direction beyond this will succeed the reading of the motion. Unless I'm out of order, Honorable Kabati, I don't anticipate the presiding officer being out of order.
No, I've never said the presiding officer is out of order, but I feel that that should be fully clarified.
Okay.
Before
Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine, Honorable MEC Kabati. Let me note, Honorable Muleleki, followed by yourself, and then Honorable Jankelson, in that particular order.
DP Zabas.
Chairperson, please behave well. You can proceed, Mesara. Mesara, the floor is yours.
Chairperson, I want to now. We saw the motion, and I don't think it is necessary for us to go through because the members have put their inputs or what would happen with this motion. Now I would maybe propose that the motion be rejected. If we have to, we go to for voting for the motion, but the motion must not be read in the house. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Honorable Kabati.
Now, the clarity that I am seeking from the chair is that, Chair, because I am reading the order paper here. In terms of the meeting of today, the information here says the motion has been published in the TAC, in the TAC, and a signed copy thereof has been distributed to members. Now I come to a point where you are talking about the rules of the virtual meetings. It says a signed copy thereof has been distributed to members in accordance with the rules of the virtual meetings.
Honorable Kabati,
the chair wants to operate too.
Honorable Kabati, can you just be specific which rule of the virtual meeting?
No, Chair, I want you to be, you, not me, you, to explain when this notice came out and said that it has been distributed to the members in accordance with the rules of the virtual sittings. What was referred to?
How? Oh, well, dialogue.
Honorable Jankelson, I've also noted Honorable Meko. Can you proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Just to clarify one or two issues, if I may. Firstly, the motion has not been tabled. I specifically requested that we table it during the sitting. I was requested by the administration in terms of the rules for virtual meetings that says that all documents must be distributed to members before the sitting. And that's the only reason why this document was distributed to members, not for tabling, it's for tabling in the sitting. It is only distributed so that members have the courtesy of receiving the document before in terms of the rules for virtual meetings. It doesn't impact at all on the standing rules and orders. Secondly, Honourable Chairperson, this document was not tabled in the TAC. It will appear in the next TAC for the next sitting, but if you look at the current TAC, it just indicates that it is on the agenda. It has not been tabled at all. So I request permission to proceed to read my motion as is indicated in the rules, and that we can proceed with the sitting and close. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Meko, I've also noted
No,
Honorable
Chair, two things in terms
Honorable
of.
Just a minute, Honorable Meko. Let me recognize other speakers. And I'm closing it, honorable members, because unfortunately, there is nothing new that is being introduced. I don't get a new argument that seeks to adjust this debate to another level. Let me note Honorable Van Vieren after Honorable Meko, and then he will be followed by Honorable Mahasa, who will be the last speaker on the matter. And then I make a ruling, we close this matter, honorable members. Honorable Meko.
In my understanding, is that there are matters here of the rules and the regulations, and there are political issues. If you like, you will say intellectual issues about the process. In my understanding, Chair, is that in terms of Rule 4, the matter has been tabled. In my understanding, in terms of the amendment for visual program or meetings.
That's
But you see,
it.
Chair, where I agree with you is that if we give an impression that we want to defy the ruling of the presiding officer, indeed it will create problems. And it is as a result of that, I want to agree, Honorable Sarah, that let's call for a vote on the issue that the matter must be tabled or not to be tabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Meko. Honorable Mahasa Van Vieren.
Me or Honorable? Okay.
Thank you,
Honorable
Honorable Chair.
first.
Yes. Look, the Deputy Secretary phoned me Friday last week. He said, listen here, he needs a heading and he needs the document, the motion as well. So I told him, no, in terms of rule, and I will read it to you, in terms of rule 64, it says, when given notice of a motion, a member shall A, read it aloud and deliver at the table a signed copy of the notice. So he told me, so it's going to be difficult to deliver a signed copy to the table. So in terms of rule 4 of our virtual meetings, can we please provide him with a copy of that? So we did it in the sense that it will still be read today. The tabling, we cannot argue if it's going to be tabled because it's going to be tabled. We're doing it now. We cannot decide as a legislature or as a meeting that we're now going to push this aside. It must be tabled in terms of the rules. Rule 64. It's very clear that you're allowed to do a motion and you're allowed to table that. The first meeting you table it. The second meeting we discuss it. But what is strange to me, Chair of Chairs, is we've done this before. It's not a new thing. We've done it last year as well. And it was also something to do with the speaker then. So can we, or not last year, in the previous term. So it must be tabled, it must be read. In terms of the rule, it must be read into the minutes. The reason why we handed it up was only a request from a secretary, deputy secretary, to do it because how do we do it now? You can't hand it up, we're in virtual meetings. So he asked us nicely to do it and we did it. But there's nothing that changed the rule except the fact that we must actually receive all the documents prior to that. That's why I also said in our meeting this morning, our meeting wasn't correct as well, because in terms of Rule 4, we actually should have received all the documents the previous day, and we haven't received it all. So that's just my input, and I can't see that we're actually arguing about this. This is a motion. We can discuss it the next time.
Honorable Mahasa, you are the last one.
Chairperson, can you note me as well, please?
No.
Honorable member, I close the list, Honorable Smith. We need to make progress on this matter. We can't discuss perpetually. We must at some point arrive at a particular conclusion. So bear with me. Honorable Mahasa will be the last speaker, and then we will be able to give direction on this matter. Honorable Mahasa.
I will be 30 seconds, please.
No, thanks, Chair of Chairs. No, thanks, Chair of Chairs. I think, Chair of Chairs, you are correct to say that there are no new rules when it comes to visual meetings. I think what you said, we should have followed what you said. There's no train smash in this whole matter. If the honorable member feels that they want to table it now, they can table it now, and then decisions will be taken to the next meeting, the next sitting. I don't think we should go around, discuss this matter. It's not a big thing. I mean, we are in majority as ANC members. If they table it now,
today.
if we do agree that we vote, we go for voting, we will vote, and obviously we will win. I don't think we should run around and reconfuse the whole thing. On our Chair of Chairs, you are correct. We don't have new rules. You stick to what you said. We do follow what you say. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable Khakau, please, you are audible. Can you be on mute? Now, honorable members, you will have to accept the fact that rules are not subjected to process of voting. They are binding. They are a principle that is guiding the operations, the conduct, and protecting the values of the legislature. If we are to contest any of the rules, we must subject that process to the Rules and Orders Committee, where the necessary amendments and drafts will find expression. When we are in the city, as we are here to abide by the standing rules and orders. And the reference that members have made to Rule 4, it does not speak about amending Rule 64.1A. It speaks, as I've indicated earlier on, about the new mechanism, the new modus operandi for us to coordinate our meeting through the virtual platform. Not to change the rules that binds us, honorable members, to allow a member to present his or her own motion. For the fact that these documents were circulated amongst you, it was part of assisting the virtual meeting, because it may happen that some of you are not able to print these documents into a hard copy. You were assisted so that it becomes convenient for us. But there is nowhere in the rules where we have amended the opportunity for members to merely read their motion. Now, this is the ruling that I have made. And I have also indicated that honorable members will be given an opportunity. After the motion is read, they will be given an opportunity to decide upon a vote. In fact, democracy must be preceded by discussions. They will be given an opportunity to discuss and engage on the matter, whether is it relevant for it to appear before the next sitting. And then ultimately, it will be decided upon a vote. It is our responsibility as members of the legislature to defend not only the Constitution, but to defend the standing rules and orders that was adopted by ourselves. So I'm appealing to you. Let's allow Honorable Jankelson to read, not to debate, not to add anything. You are fortunate that you have the contents of that motion. So there won't be anything new added other than what has already been disseminated amongst yourselves. Can we allow an honorable member to read his motion? Honorable Smith, I have already ruled and I have indicated to you You know, so far we have managed to be conducting ourselves according to the decorum of the House. Can we not generate when we are about to finish? Because this is the last item on our order paper.
Can I raise on a point of order? Honorable Booty, on a point of order.
On point of order, on what, Honorable Smith?
You said that we can vote whether this matter will be discussed in the next sitting. We can't vote on that. When it's tabled, it has to be discussed. You can then vote against it, but it has to be discussed.
No, you are missing a point. In fact, your point of order is not sustained. According to the procedure and the proceedings of our city, a matter is afforded members, ordinary members, and the executive. All of you are afforded an opportunity to first discuss on the matter.
Exactly.
Yes, and then ultimately, can we not have a dialogue? There's no need for you to reciprocate what I'm saying. We are now becoming something else other than honorable members. Once the motion is read, you can go through your order paper there. Yeah. Once the motion is read, we will afford all of you, yourself included, to echo your views as to whether should the matter go to the next sitting in order for it to be discussed. For now, it's the first phase. It's a phase where it is tabled. Hence, the rules are protecting a process of tabling a motion, because you can't reject something that you have not even heard inside this house. Remember, we are having Hansard here, which must record everything that we wish to deliberate upon, everything that we resolve upon. So hence the discussion will always be the fundamental basic approach whenever a matter is presented. Then later on, democracy must now be elevated to voting process. So we are on the track, honorable members. Let's allow a member to read. I'll afford you a chance to discuss as to whether does it carry a water, because now it will be a prejudice to conclude without even listening or reading. And even the ways in which we are not homogeneous. Each one of us reads and interprets according to his ability or understanding. So it is proper that a member is afforded to read so that we get a common and proper context of what is being written. So let's allow the member to read the motion, and then I'll give you a chance to decide whether is it necessary to give it an audience, a discussion later on in the next sitting. And ultimately you will vote. So can Honorable Jankelson go through the motion that he is tabling before us?
Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. The title of the motion, Motion to Motivate the Removal of the Speaker of the Free State Legislature. I hereby move the following motion on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. 1, that the House notes that the Speaker of the Free State Legislature, Honourable Zanele Sifuba, continues to display an inability and incapacity to carry out her tasks. The Speaker displays a total disregard for accountability, transparency, institutional knowledge, or a basic understanding of the requirements of this position. 2, further noting that A, the Speaker has no previous legislative experience and is not qualified for this position. B, the Speaker is unable to ensure order during sittings of the House, which often disrupt into chaos. C, during sittings of the legislature, the Speaker fails to understand her role as non-partisan Speaker by refusing to take legitimate points of order from members, which indicates a bias on her part. D, During the last sitting of the House, the Speaker instructed a member to leave for frivolous reasons and then allowed the member to return and participate in procedures in contravention of the rules and orders of the legislature, which again confirms her incapacity for this position. E, as political head of the institution, the Speaker has since her appointment into this position refused to attend committee meetings of the Budget and Oversight Committee after being requested to do so in order to account for the manner in which the legislature conducts its work. This indicates a total disregard towards the authority of this committee and an unwillingness to be held accountable. F, the Speaker displays a lack of understanding of the constitutional mandate of the legislature, which is to ensure oversight and accountability over the executive of the Free State Province. G, during a meeting of the Rules and Orders Committee, the Speaker attempted to enforce a decision that would disallow individual members of the Free State Provincial Legislature from conducting individual oversight, which further supports the view that she does not understand the multi-party nature and mandate of this institution. H, her conduct indicates a blatant bias towards the executive and a failure to understand the separation of powers, which is crucial for anyone in the position of Speaker in a democratic institution such as the Free State Legislature. I, the Speaker, has again displayed a disregard for committees in this legislature by unilaterally changing the agenda decided upon by the Multi-Party Whips Committee meeting by removing member statements from the agenda of the sitting. The agenda was agreed upon by the Multi-Party Whips Committee, and her authority to approve the agenda should take cognizance of Section 116 of the Constitution that states that the legislature may, and I quote, make rules and orders concerning its business with due regard to representative and participatory democracy, accountability, transparency, and public involvement, close quote. J, it is clear from the above that the Speaker has scant regard for an understanding of the role of the Speaker of a democratic institution within a representative democracy. 3, therefore resolves that this House votes to remove the Speaker from her position and immediately initiate replacement proceedings. I so move. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs.
All right, thank you, Honourable Jankelson. Now, honourable members, is there any discussion on the motion that has been presented? Is there a discussion on what Honourable Jankelson is requesting the House to consider?
Honourable Chair of Chairs, can you just request what I propose?
Yeah, no, they have all heard what you have proposed. So I'm saying, is there any discussion on your proposal? Now I've noted.
Sorry, on the order paper, I have to say in response to your, what does the member propose, that the notice of motion as tabled be discussed in the next sitting of the House. So now we can go on to discussion. Thank you, Chair.
No, it's okay, Honourable Member. Well, technically, because you have already expressed your intention for the motion to be discussed, you have already clarified that matter. Can we then get members who wish to discuss on your proposal? I've noted Honourable Chabalala. For now, this is the only hand. Honourable Chabalala, the floor is yours.
No, thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Well, Chair, in terms of the motion, Chair, I want to retaliate or respond to what has been raised as how Honourable Dr. Jankelson has raised this matter, and I still want to emphasize, Chair, that these matters don't speak to the rules, the standing rules of our provincial legislature in the Free State. I want to quote, Chair, from what he has said. The ruling party, Chair, which is us, may not support the motion on the basis that the Speaker is elected by members of legislature in terms of Section 111 of the Constitution and the Rule 6 of the Rules and Orders. The appointment, Chair, to this position does not require any institutional knowledge, that must be noted, nor basic understanding. This is a political appointment in terms of our constitution, and we do have a right on that. Further, Chair, I want to respond to what has been raised on number 2. The constitution does not make any provision for any previous legislative experience, neither qualifications is a criteria for such a position to be occupied. B, the nature of our democracy, Chair, allows for a robust debate, and this is happening throughout the country, and as such, the issue at hand is not an isolated phenomenon to the Free State Legislature, Chair. Opposition parties are known to be dissatisfied throughout the country, and that is what we know. And this allegation tempers on the issue of ethics, and the Free State Legislature, Chair, has a committee on ethics and conduct of the members. I am of the view that this allegation will be dealt properly at that level. And Chair, that must just be noted as such. In terms of Section 115 of our Constitution, a provincial legislature or any of its committees has the right to summon any person to appear before it to give evidence on oath or affirmation, or to produce, documents, or require any person to or provincial institution to report to it. So if it has been found that the Speaker has failed, has the opposition requested the committee to take such a resolution? There is no such a thing. If so, what was the outcome of that? And what we need to understand, if not, maybe the House cannot be used to usurp the functions of the committees. So members of the legislature, Chair, are not prohibited to play an advisory role to the office of the Speaker for any purpose of protection of our democracy. Is there any proof that the Speaker has refused any evidence from any member of the legislature? We want to know, especially the DA. If so, we need to request. If so, that proof must be required. If not, why not? And why should this allegation be taken seriously? When they talk about the Speaker display a lack of understanding, there's no such a thing. And they say during the meeting of rules and what Speaker attempted to enforce, there's no such. The nature of the proceedings, Chair, requires that the Speaker become firm in her approach when running the proceedings of the House. It is therefore, Chair, incumbent on the opposition to state a specific rule that the Speaker has breached and request a ruling thereupon. So, Chair, this allegation is therefore baseless unless proof can be given that the Speaker was directed to a specific rule or be decided to overlook such a rule. And again, they say her conduct indicates a blatant bias towards executive. It's not true. It is in the nature of politics, Chair, that the opposition would always feel that the presiding officer is biased. It is therefore not surprising, again, that these allegations had to come into play. And this cannot therefore, Chair, be taken as a serious allegation, and that warrants the removal of the Speaker. This is just the politics at play. And Chair, we want to emphasize the issue of Rule 3, Rule 31, subsection Rule 2C. The Speaker has the power to approve the final draft order paper at any given time before the sitting of the legislature. So it can be correct that we must then play the feelings of one another, irrespective of the multi-party whips committee. The multi-party can only recommend, but the standing rules that stands today give that authority and the power to the Speaker. So the issue that says it is clear the above that the Speaker has the scant regards or understanding of a role, Chair, the move by the opposition is a move that denies that as a developing country, one of our important roles is to empower the members of the community from previously disadvantaged communities, Chair, which include women. The removal of our speaker would be a step backwards in our democracy, which seek to ensure empowerment, development, and equal treatment of women who have been chosen and nominated to lead this democracy. You can see today, Chair, that the DA does not believe in women leading. The DA does not believe in women being given a responsibility to lead in this country. And I wonder why people should be, supporting the DA once the DA is not into women empowerment. And therefore, Chair, we can't support, as the ANC, we will never support this motion. And Chair, I want to quote in closing, Chair, that in terms of Rule 64, under notice of motion, when we go to sub-rule 4B, rule sub 3, it says, Chair, I want to quote it verbatim, except with anonymous concurrence of all members present, no motion shall be moved to or on the day on which notice thereof is given. So this says to us now, Chair, we must vote on this motion, and there will never be anybody who has been deployed by the ANC who is going to vote against our own. So we therefore call upon that rule, Chair, that it is now that we must deal with it and deal with it once more. Chair, that is my submission, and I want to thank you, Honorable Acting Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chabalala. Let me recognize the following speakers. Honorable MEC Bulwana, followed by Honorable MEC Nganyisa, followed by Honorable Jankelsen, and lastly, Honorable Meko. I don't know, I see a handwritten Kopung. Do we have any member by that name or surname? All right, it's okay. I take it.
It happens. We borrow
Member Buti, I'll be the last one. It's me. I'm using Mr. Kopung's.
Okay, Honorable Premier. Thank you.
You note me, Honorable Chief Chairs of Chairs.
And then the last speaker on the matter on this discussion will be Honorable Sam Mashinini. Can we then start with Honorable Bulwan? Honorable MEC, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Firstly, maybe I must say, Chair, that Honorable Jankelsen or the DA, it doesn't hold the monopoly of legislative frameworks or rules. So they are not the only one who can tell who's having an experience, who's not experienced. We all know how to read and write. And then secondly,
Honorable Bulwana, you are muted. Okay, thank you. We can hear you. You can continue.
They must never think that they hold a monopoly of the experience and insult others. You must never do that. You must never think that way, Honorable Jankelsen. If you think that is more intellectual than any other body else, let him go where intellectuals are and try to compete where the intellectuals are. But here everybody is voted. It's a democratic process. The speaker is voted. It doesn't have to have an experience that Jankelsen has from 2004 that has been in the legislature. That is the case. but he must respect other people. Even if he can come in with a new generation in the new elections, he must respect that generation and he must respect individuals in that generation. He doesn't hold the monopoly. I think I must raise that so that it should sink to him that he doesn't have the monopoly of the experience in anything that he thinks he has. Secondly, this matter, the G in his motion, 2G in his motion, that the Speaker ruled that there will be no individual site visit. I think Honorable Jankelson was part of that meeting where the majority refused to say that we'll never have an individual oversight when there is a committee that is legislated to do that particular work. Individually can go to your constituents, you can do whatever. I think when the Speaker summarized, and she must not undermine the Speaker here, because she's a female. When the Speaker summarizes, he summarizes on the basis of the views of the majority who are speaking on a particular item. And that summary is the Speaker's summary on the basis that is the majority. If you want to talk about democracy, you must respect democracy itself first. So the majority have said in that committee, that rules committee, there is a committee because of Honorable Jankelson wants to claim going to Fred and come back, going to Frankfurt and come back, go to Cork and come back, and some having a report, I've done an oversight. No, he must still go to his constituency work and his constituency work. If he wants to go to Fred and there's a committee that it deals with that, he will go with the committee and then they will produce a program and a report. I think that's what the Rules Committee said. They will produce the report and the program to say that on this such day, the committee goes this way, this way, this way, this way. This is the report. What does the individual report? And who's paying his claim? I think we have asked those questions in the Rules Committee, of which the Speaker summarizes on the basis of the majority view. So the Speaker, she was not wrong. If the Chair summarizes on the basis of the majority view, and that it doesn't resonate well with an individual, he seeks another platform to raise that platform. It's unfortunate in that motion. So
Oh, thank you, Honorable Bulon. Can we give Honorable Nangisa? Honorable members, let's just try to keep to the time. I'll give members less than 3 minutes just to echo their views. Honorable Nangisa.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Speaker. The roles and responsibility of presiding officers says the presiding officer's ruling on a point of order is final and binding and may not be challenged or questioned in the House. A member who is aggrieved by a presiding officer's ruling on a point of order may subsequently, in writing, to the Speaker or Chairperson, request that the principle or subject matter of the ruling be referred to an appropriate structure. Now, this aggrieved member decides to write a motion of no confidence when it is clear
You are muted, Honorable Nangisa. Admin, can you attend to that?
Yeah, I think I did not do this myself. Did you get the...
No, somebody is fiddling with these microphones here. I'm worried, but we'll address it later.
Did you get the quotation of the roles of presiding officers? Did you hear that part?
Yes, you've outlined it very well. You read it very well. You are about to expatiate on it.
Now, I
still-
was saying this aggrieved member of the DA has got a recourse, but they choose to call for a motion of no confidence. And I think that's trying to bully us. And we should not allow people to come here and want to bully us. We all understand the rules and we all understand the roles of the presiding officers. And if you are aggrieved, you don't come here and want to bully us with your desperate acts of wanting to play to gallery. It cannot be tolerated that the DA wants to play cheap politics by highlighting issues that can be addressed within the procedures of the legislature. I think the presiding officer, the speaker, has been doing a sterling job, has been directing the House properly. Yes, Kakao. Has been directing the job properly. Is one of the speakers of note. Is one of the presiding officers of note in as far as the democratic dispensation is concerned. And I concur with the expression by MEC Pulwane and the Chief Whip, Vusi Chabalal, that the DA wants to, through backdoor, rule where they don't have even some meager power. And they come up with these motions because they want to be relevant in an environment where they don't exist. It does not come to forth that they raise an issue where there's a recourse and they want to bring it as an issue that must be discussed in Parliament, which is an opportunistic move to want to find relevance. I don't agree this matter would not be discussed and would not see the light of day. They must go and throw it in the dustbin and they must stay with it there. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Jankelson.
Your department.
Honorable Jankelson, followed by Honorable Meko, so that we close on this matter.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. As part of the discussion, I just want to respond to one or two issues. The first issue is the Budget and Oversight Committee decided that we need to sanction the Speaker and that this must be done in the House. Now, those were ANC members in that Budget and Oversight Committee who on numerous occasions expressed their dissatisfaction at the behavior and conduct of the Speaker. The only thing is that they didn't have the courage to come and do it here, and I'm doing it on your behalf today. Secondly, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Rules and Orders Committee, which Honorable Buwani referred to, during that committee, yes.
Honorable Jankelson, just a minute, can you pause? There's a point of order that is raised. Honorable Chabalala, on what point are you rising upon?
Honorable Chair, the honorable member was saying that we are unable to carry out our own mandate, so he's actually helping us to do that. And Chair, I want to refer members to Rule 211, 211 of the Standing Rules and Orders. It's very clear, Chair, that the Speaker can only come when requested. And it can be correct that the Honorable Jankelson, Dr. Jankelson, is raising a matter that we can't do our work in the committee, therefore he's helping us through the sitting of the legislature. That's where I raised the point of order, Chair.
Okay, point of order is sustained. Honorable member, let's stick to the rules. It is quite clear as quoted. The Speaker may attend the committee as requested. It's not binding.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. And the Speaker was requested on numerous occasions and she refused to do it. And that requires some sort of sanction because it goes contrary to the Constitution and the principles of the Constitution. Secondly, Honourable Chair of Chairs, just relating to the Rules and Orders Committee, Honourable Buwani said that there was a decision that members do not do individual oversight. That was not the decision of that committee, and he doesn't have voting rights in that committee either. Chair, the Honourable Deputy Speaker raised her concern about this and said she does oversight individually and she refuses to be gagged from doing that by anyone, including the Speaker. And she used the example of a visit to Lengau Testing Centre during that committee. So Honourable Bulwani mustn't come and mislead this House with those types of comments, because if he arrives, it's normally late anyway, and he misses a large part of that discussion. I must agree with the Chief Whip when he spoke that ANC members do not have to be literate. All that they need to do is to be able to read and write. Well, we know that because we have experience of it. Most ANC cadres can only read and write, and I agree 100% with Honourable Chabalala regarding that. I also agree with him when he says that the Speaker doesn't need experience or qualifications or institutional experience, because to be a cadre in the ANC, you don't need that experience. You just need to be a loyal cadre. So again, I can't agree more with some of the members' discussion here this afternoon, and I think it substantiates my point further. And I'm sure that these members will themselves vote against this motion because they themselves perhaps lack some of
Why
these
ba sa mo mute? Why ba sa mo mute? Go na ntse ba re mute. Ha ba mo mute, o tsebo bua ka
ANC members themselves
ha ba mo
referred to.
mute.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
I want to raise one point of
Chairperson, on the point of order.
Just before that, Honorable Bulwana, I'm aware that you want to raise a point of order. I requested the Honorable Jankelson, not myself, to be muted. Now I'm the one who's being muted here. Honorable members, what has been demonstrated now by Honorable Jankelson, it's not acceptable. Once we request you to pause for a member who raises a point of order, you must comply. You must demonstrate leadership maturity. It takes a leader to submit him or herself to the rules. It's not every layman on the street who would have that capacity. It's only leadership that is equal to that particular task. So please don't demonstrate things that are not necessarily assisting our processes here. Honorable Bulwani, it's a pity Honorable Jankelson has deliberately decided to wrap up and move away from the podium. I would have loved to give you to raise a point of order whilst he was still on the platform. So he deliberately disturb that process by continuing to speak. So it will serve no purpose.
I'll return to the platform, Chair of Chairs, for him to do his point of order. I'm willing to do that.
No. Honorable Jankelson, you are done. There is no need for me to afford you another platform when you have finished your, what you were deliberating upon. Now, let me give Honorable Meko to make his input, and I'm very firm and strict in terms of the 3 minutes, honorable members. It's 14 minutes to 6 o'clock now. So, Honorable Meko, the floor is yours. You have 3 minutes to make your input. You are muted, Honorable Meko.
Chair, I'm going to take less than a minute. I think that the technicality here is that already we are debating the content of the motion instead of the process. The question that you asked is that whether or not we agree that the motion must be tabled for discussion in the next sitting. And I think that's where we need to be. But however, Chair, your generosity is appreciated. Members of the ANC have been able to raise quite an important political debate around this issue. But
you are also muted once more. Honorable Meko, can you pause there, please? Honorable Meko.
Somebody's muting me.
Yeah, I'm worried that our administration is not taking responsibility of this particular virtual meeting. And we have IT.
Somebody's muting me.
Yeah, somebody's able to access this thing if not some amongst our own administration. And I'm noting this matter. It has happened for several times. We will have to follow up on it, honorable members. It's quite disturbing. It is subjecting this meeting to an unnecessary vulnerability. It means people can interfere with our proceedings here. So it must be investigated, but I will communicate it towards the adjournment of this particular session. Can we try to maneuver under these particular conditions? Can you speak? Once you are muted, we'll try to unmute you again. It will be done like that until we are done. You can continue, Honorable Meko.
Chair, at the debate, we will deal with all this content, some of which has been distorted by Honorable Jackelson. But for now, I want to address myself on the legislative process, why the matter must not go for a debate in the next sitting. Because I think that's the matter on the table. Once again, I want to refer you to the issue that I raised. The matter around the rules and the regulation, which is the law that is guiding the operations of the legislature. Chair, it is only in the National Parliament, Rule 28, which makes guidelines for the removal of the national speaker. In terms of our rules and regulation in the provincial legislature, there's no rule that talks about the removal of the speaker and the deputy speaker. In the motion of the DA, they are saying we're tabling these issues for the House to remove the speaker. We don't have a rule, Chair, that allows for that. And that's why debating a matter in Parliament will be of no use, unless if, of course, people wanted to deal with issues of a motion of no confidence. And motion of no confidence only applies to the executive. Equally, it does not apply to the speaker and the deputy speaker. Now it says, Chair, the matter has been tabled, the matter has been read, we have heard, you have ruled, we respect your ruling, but it can't proceed further for any other debate in the House because the purpose for which it has been raised for, it can't be done. Let's argue, for heaven's sake, that DA wins that debate and the speaker must be removed. Which rule are we going to use? So it's non-existent. It can't arise, Chair, as per the rules and regulation. If we don't agree against speaker, the chair.
Honorable Meko, you are muted again. It's okay.
Honorable Khao is also disturbing us, Chair.
Honorable Khao, can you be on mute? Honorable members, can we be orderly?
My hand is up, Chair.
Honorable, yeah, I wrote a message for you, Honorable Koloi. It is accessible to all members. I've indicated that I've noted you. I didn't want to interject Honorable Meko while he's on the podium. Honorable Meko,
my conclusion was that.
Yes, in conclusion.
My conclusion was that let's subject the matter to a vote. Although I have been able to raise the legal basis why it can't proceed for a debate in the city. But if there's no agreement, let's subject it to a vote and the House must then prevail. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Meko. Before I give Honorable Chief Whip, let me just note you, because there were already speakers that have noted, honorable members. I know we are all tempted to express a view on the matter, but the sense that I get so far by all the speakers that have engaged, this matter will lead us to another item where we must now test the quantitative and qualitative views of members on this matter. It is simply referred to as a process of voting. Now, before we go there were only 2 speakers that I have noted at that time. And because of the challenges of our technology as well, honorable members, we can't debate beyond these 2 speakers that must come. We are already beginning to experience a problem with our own visual system here. And now we might end up collapsing the meeting before we arrive at a conclusion. Now I'm appealing that my initial speakers list, let it be the only one that we stick to it. I'm appealing to you, Honorable Koloi, and Honorable Mapen, and Honorable Chabalal. Can we please allow Honorable Premier and Honorable Mashinini to be the last speakers on the matter? Then we will engage on the last phase on the matter so that we close it, honorable members. Honorable Premier, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members. You know, I'm very much disappointed of what has happened today. You know, while everybody is discussing and very worried about COVID-19, while everybody is relying on us, especially our community, to give them hope, and here we are now, arguing for hours, discussing how to destroy one of us. You know, honorable members, we have almost 3,000 positive people in the Free State as we speak now. We have 19 deaths, and this COVID is increasing each and every day. You know, today, and I'm sure the executive by we were busy discussing about the availability of the land for the graves, or how the availability of the land for the graves in the Free State. We were busy discussing about the capacity of the mortuaries in the Free State. We were busy discussing about the body bags in the Free State. We have enough body bags in the Free State. We're discussing about the beds in the hospitals.
How? What's the item?
Here we are discussing how to destroy one of us, while the whole community of Free State is expecting us to give them hope. Everybody is discussing about the gender violence. Our women are being killed each and every day. And here we are discussing, discrediting one of us, discrediting one woman who is holding a very high position, discrediting her, while people are talking about gender violence. We're not busy. We want to cut one of us. I don't want to be part and parcel of this motion. The motion that is destroying women, I will not be part of that motion. Not at this time. While we are fighting death, while we are supposed to say, what is it that we can do to assist our people? I'm just reading messages that are coming from the Facebook, and you can go and read them yourselves. You will see people are saying, are they aware that we don't have work? Are they aware that we are dying? They are, and Zanel, you are very good, you are very strong. You must continue to do the good work that you are doing. And Honorable Khachau Magela, I love you very much. But I've heard something that I've never expected that I will hear from you today. For you, while Messaras talking, Obo Uri, I don't know, Khachau. Honorable Khachau, sorry to say that. I don't know why were you saying that. What did you mean by that? When Messara was speaking, then you just jump in and say, Dipitsa bafu. Honorable Chair of Chairs, people are dying. COVID-19 is increasing. We are discussing about the graves. The projection is in the Free State, it might be 40. Fortunately, the report is saying the way we're working hard, it might not be 40. But be careful. While we are fighting each other, while we are destroying each other, you might find yourself having many problems. I am not, and I'm asking the members of the African National Congress, don't be part and parcel of the motion that is destroying women. We have suffered enough. We can't let anyone to come and destroy us. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable Mashinini.
Thank you very much, Chairs of Chairs. Number one, I'm going to be very specific. Number one is that the motion by the Democratic Alliance is rejected. Is rejected on the basis that it is not honest to the people of the Free State. It is not honest to the people of the Free State precisely because when they say the Speaker does not know his responsibility, the Speaker is very biased. They cannot elaborate why they are saying that. In fact, it is the matter that they brought it here so that they can basically grandstand. No, the matter is rejected. The motion is rejected. Two is that I think when Honorable Jankelson was saying members are unable to speak in the committees, no one outside the ANC can speak for the ANC. The ANC will speak to itself. I think this is a pure undermining the processes because all of us, all the political parties that have come to the legislature, they've been voted for. So that does not say Honorable Jankelson can speak for the African National Congress. In fact, that is a clear indication that Honorable Jankelson wanted this platform to be able to mislead the people of the Free State. That's why when you read from A up to H, you can see that there is no content on what he's basically saying. Three is that one is aware that anybody that is driving the agenda of the people, of the poorest of the poor, it is not liked by the Democratic Alliance. And that matter will continuously come and appear to us. And I think the people of the Free State, as we speak, they're very clear that the Democratic Alliance cannot represent its own views. That's why most elections, all the elections, the Democratic Alliance has not been able to win the hearts of the people of the Free State. So therefore, don't speak for the ANC. The ANC is able to speak for itself. Getting into the legislature, putting such a motion, just trying to confuse the people of the Free State does not suggest that you will win their votes. No, you will not be able to win their votes. What is currently happening, the motion itself, it intends to hegemonize the DA. And I think the people of the Free State are well aware what is the Democratic Alliance and what the Democratic Alliance is actually pursuing. For instance,
how you've been stealing their money at Friede and various other places.
Honorable Jankelson. Honorable Mashinini, just a minute. My apologies. Honorable Dr. Jankelson, I'm appealing to you. Please resist the temptation to interject the speaker on the platform.
We're not discussing the motion anymore. We're now giving political speeches.
With the rich experience that you have, you are supposed to be exemplary. I believe you have a very rich wealth of experience, and you must be able to bear testimony to the necessary pillar of political tolerance.
My experience tells me that the podium is being abused politically by Honorable Mashinini.
We develop this country on the basis of tolerating diversity of views. So please desist from that temptation.
Thank you
Honorable
very much,
Mashinini,
Member of
can
Chairs.
you?
I will continue from where I was stopped. The fourth point that I want to raise here, Chair, is that when we come and debate issues in the legislature, we must not be driven by anger. We must not be personal. We must deal with the issues that affect the people. And I think, Chair, it is very much that
there is a point of order that is raised. Can you just pause for a moment? What is your point of order, Honorable Khachau?
Chairperson, my point of order is on you as the presiding officer of this session. Chairperson, the substance of my point of order is this, that you have ceased to allow the statements that are being made by members to speak to what the item on the agenda is, which is whether or not this tabled motion is going to be accepted or not. Instead, you have allowed a beautiful platform for the ANC to try and win votes. You, as the chairperson of this session, have allowed members to speak outside the substance of this motion, and therefore this speaks to also how you are allowing this session to degenerate, and it speaks directly to how you also are being biased and are refusing to allow this session to be presided in a fair and non-biased manner.
I believe you are. Just a minute, honorable members. Just a minute.
Motion of no confidence.
Honorable members, just be patient. Honorable Khachau, I reject your point of order precisely because you are failing to understand why it is important for members to discuss. A discussion is not a matter of a yes or no. It's a rationality. It's a demonstration of superior logic. Members must engage on the very different views that they hold, whether or not the matter should be referred to the next city. Now, when they are substantiating their argument, they can't be irrelevant, but they are democratic. They are demonstrating the highest level of participation in the legislature. We are not here as robots for yes or no. We are here to apply the highest, the in-depth of logic in order to take decisions that are sound and well-informed. So we can't conclude on the basis of yes or no. We will conclude on the basis of an argument and a counter-argument. So this counter-argument that is being presented, let it not make you miss the essence of this particular discussion. Honorable Mashinini, I believe my leader, as you were working towards the conclusion, the floor is yours. We are left with a very minimum time before we could be able to exit the system.
Thank you very much, chairs of chairs. I will not miss one of the points that I wanted to raise. And I want to make it very clear that the people of the Free State are expecting us to take them forward, not to be personal in nature in dealing with the issues. The Speaker, as the motion proposes, that she be removed. It is the Speaker that has done very well ever since he arrives and take up the position of being the Speaker. I do not know that is why I'm saying it is informed by anger. And secondly is that the Speaker listens to the debate in the House. And when the Speaker listens to the debate in the House, that informs his decision. That decision of the Speaker will not satisfy an individual in the legislature, but that decision will then be taken based on the discussions that we have. Here, Chair, I'm saying the Democratic Alliance has failed to actually elevate Africans in particular within themselves. They have failed. Today they know how to say the Speaker must then be removed. When they have failed, I think they are telling the people of the Free State. They are telling the people of the Free State to say that we do not care about you. They are saying to the people of the Free State, we don't care about you when we are facing these things. So, Chair, in conclusion, I want to say, let the matter go to a vote, because it is very clear that we are talking to people that want
point of order, please.
MEC Mashinini, I think you are done. I was supposed to call you to just wait a minute for Honorable Peter Way to raise a point of order.
Yes, Honorable Chair,
we are
not discussing.
Yes, Honorable Peter Way. Honorable Peter Way.
Can I speak once your peanut gallery is kept quiet? This is not the platform where we're discussing the motion. The motion will be discussed further now. The Honorable MEC and everybody is making use of using this as a political platform. This is unaccepted, and I want you to please intervene immediately.
Just a minute, Honorable Mashinini, just a minute. Honorable Peter Way, I've already ruled on a similar matter, and the rules are very clear. When a ruling is made on the same matter, you don't start the process afresh. I've indicated that members have a right to express their views on the matter. Hence, it is called a discussion. Now, there is no way that a member is out of order when he explains his or her views, whether he justifies it, he substantiates it with whatever ideological or party-related orientation. It makes no difference. Fact of the matter is that he or she has the right to express his views as long as they are in accordance with the decorum of the House. So I will not sustain that point of order. Honorable Mashinini, you are the last speaker. Can you then wrap up, my leader, so that we close the matter?
Thank you, Chair.
Order, Chairperson.
We will not allow, as the African National Congress, that our women in the Free State, our women in South Africa, then be taken in this particular way. We are standing firm because
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Honorable Mashinini, I think you are done, my leader.
As I conclude, Chair, I'm saying
on a point of order, Chairperson,
will defend people that have not been taken forward, will defend them too.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Honorable Rakhawa will not recognize that point of order because you raised it immediately after the ruling that I've made on the point of order. No,
you haven't heard
it's out of order
without knowing what I'm saying.
When I have made a ruling on the point of order that was raised by Honorable Peter Way, you immediately raised your point of order. Now you can't raise a point of order on the substance
of my point of order.
No,
you
no,
have
no.
not heard.
Your point of order. You must be patient and learn the systems of the legislature. Go and read
you
your
must
rules.
Learn the systems of the legislature that you can't refuse to grant me a point of order.
On the ruling.
Yeah, you don't know the substance of my point of order. You can't reject my point of order.
There is
because it's out of order.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Akalo,
you're out of order yourself.
Don't make any right. Honorable Makalo, don't degenerate. Honorable Khaha, you can't raise a point of order after the ruling.
On what grounds do you reject that I don't raise my point of order?
It's unprocedural. You can't raise a point of order on the ruling. That's why
I'm not raising a point of order on the ruling. You haven't heard the substance of my point of order. You can't rule. You are sangomizing. You are sangomizing what I'm going to say.
It will not assist to dialogue.
Chairman, my hand is raised.
Honorable members, Mesara, let's just be orderly. We are entering now on the last item regarding the objection. There's a motion. There's a motion.
Chair, I
There's
raise
a
my hand.
motion that
Raised,
was
please.
placed. Honorable Jankelson, wait a minute. I've allowed everybody to discuss, to raise issues. Some of you, you even got an opportunity twice on the same matter. Now let
This
us.
is a point of order, please, Chair of Chairs. That's why I raised my hand orderly.
Order on what?
So how do I not get an opportunity to raise my hand?
Honorable Chair of Chairs, it's a point of order regarding the way in which you address Honorable Mashanini. He's Honorable MEC Mashanini. He's not my leader. I don't know if you want to call him Honorable Leader, but to be an impartial Chair of Chairs, you can to members as my leader because you're already indicating your impartiality. So please abide by the rules, Chair of Chairs. You've already showed your impartiality by doing that. It's totally unacceptable.
You are not helping yourself. By what you are doing, you are not really helping yourself because there is nothing, it is not a taboo to regard any leader of the executive to refer to such a member as a leader. There is nothing wrong. He leads the Department of Roads and Transport.
Chair, the rules say we have to address each other as honourable members.
No.
That's what the rules say.
No, it does not change the price of petrol. What you are raising, it does not make any impact.
You don't have right. You
honourable members. The reason you are referred to honourable members, not referred to yourself according to your names, is because it's a humble way of acknowledging that you are leaders from your different constituencies. That does not make an issue out of nothing. A matter that we are entering up, honourable members, it is a time Honourable Meko has suggested, has moved that we vote on the matter. I then
indicated, a point of order.
I did that, Chairperson.
As it was,
I did that long time ago.
Messara, you are not helping us. Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, you are not helping us.
On a point of order, Chairperson.
Honourable Khakau, point of order on what?
Thank you, finally, Chair. Chairperson, my point of order has to do, Chairperson, can I be protected?
Just a minute.
Honourable
Bulwane, Honourable Bulwane, MEC Bulwane, with all due respect, my leader, I will also refer to you as a leader. And I'll appeal to Honourable Makese. Honourable members, we are well conversant with the rules and orders of this House. There is no crisis. We are still running processes accordingly. Just be patient. I'm appealing to you. Honourable Khakau is raising a point of order. Now, I need to give her to hear as to what is the point of order that is raising all about. Can Honourable Khakau shoot straight to the point of order that is raising?
Thank you, Chairperson. Two things. One, Chairperson, it's a matter of inconsistency in your own rulings. Chairperson, you said that you're going to give each and every member 3 minutes to speak, but you seemed to have decided to whoever you like, you're going to give them more minutes than the other person. I'm requesting that you correct that and you remain true to your previous rulings, Chairperson. The second thing, Chairperson, is an order on you again, Chairperson. As presiding officer of this sitting, you don't get to just come and decide whom you're going to grant a permission to have a point of order. You can't even sangomize other people's point of orders. You, as the presiding officer, have the duty to hear all members on what their point of orders are before you can even begin to sangomize what your ruling on those matters are. So those are the two things. 3 minutes and you can't sangomize people's points.
Honourable Khakau, I am not going to sustain those point of order. I'll start with the first one you are raising. Yes, there's a list of speakers that I have recognized. I have adhered to that list, even when Honorable Koloi and Honorable Mapena and Honorable Mleleki later on insisted that they should speak. I became consistent. Honorable Mashinini was the last speaker. And the second issue, Honorable Mashinini was within his time until you interjected him with in fact, until Honorable Peter Way raised the point of order. When I made that ruling, you then made a point of order on me now. So
This is not
you are the one who protracted this particular process. Therefore, I'm not going to consider those points of order. Now, honorable members, I need now to check with you. There is a motion that was moved by Honorable Meko and seconded by Honorable Chabalala that we resort to voting.
No.
I made it clear that it will be imperative to prioritize discussion so that we make a clear inference as we arrive to our conclusion in a form of a voting process. Now we have arrived at that particular stage. Because we are not in the Ratsal where it will be convenient to count each one of you as to your stance as to who's supporting that this motion goes to the next city or who's against it. I will do what I have done in the preceded sitting when we were appointing members of the board for the medical aid and the pension fund. I will call each and every individual member to confirm whether is he against or in support of the motion.
Please recognize me.
On which point are you rising? Because I'm giving the meeting a direction. And now you can't compare. Is it a point of order? No, there are rules in the legislature. You don't just speak. You indicate whether on which point you wish to be permitted to speak.
And you keep on speaking. So if you keep quiet, I can raise my point.
No. I'm explaining to you because you persist to speak without even indicating on which grounds.
You're not recognizing me while I've got my virtual hand up. And then you
just raise your hand now when I make a summary. You can't.
No.
Honorable members,
give me a chance to speak.
You must indicate on which point are you rising on.
On the fact that we can't vote now. In terms of which rule are we voting now? Because in terms of Rule 62, this matter must be referred to the next sitting. So why are we voting or actually discussing
We are
this?
saying no.
Honorable Chair, on the point of order.
And I want you to get a legal opinion on this. We cannot vote on this. It must be referred to the
Honorable
next.
Chair, on the point of order.
Are you done, Honorable?
I'm also rising on a point of order to Fanfire.
I think you are done.
Honorable Chair, on the point of order.
Yeah, just a minute. Honorable Chabalala and Honorable Kabati. Honorable Member Rose, point of order, he feels that we can arrive at a decisive moment of voting. Now, it's a point of order. Allow me to rule on it. And my ruling is that, honorable members, for a matter to appear in the sitting as a discussion, it must first be affirmed, be confirmed by this sitting, whether is it necessary for it to find expression in the next sitting.
There's no rule.
There's a motion. There's a motion that we should vote on the matter, and I will not hesitate or waste time. I've been patient enough, and I don't regret it.
Which rule says we must discuss it?
There is a rule, man. Fanfire, there's a rule.
There is no rule.
Just tell me which rule.
Now,
Because
honorable-
you're out today.
Now, honorable members, can I get an indication? I will read, I will mention each and
illegal what you're doing. Irregular.
Mention each. When I call your name, you must indicate
that
whether
is
you're
not-
in support of the motion or you are not, so that we are able to resolve this thing democratically.
Chairperson, there is no such rule that allows us to vote today. We're supposed to vote in the next sitting.
Without a waste of time, let me begin with Honorable Premier. Honorable Ntombela, Honorable Madam Premier.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
So,
Hello, Chair, I've already said it. I reject the motion.
Okay,
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable MEC Mashinini. MEC Mashinini.
Chairperson, you are bulldozing. You are bulldozing us. On a point of
I
order.
reject the motion.
Okay, Honorable
I reject the motion.
Honorable Monsentiu.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Honorable Musi Chabalala.
Chairperson, you are bulldozing this session on a point of order.
Honorable Chabalala.
Chairperson, I reject this motion.
Honorable
Reject it.
Contempt.
Honorable Tidikoloi, can you express your view?
Thank
Are
you,
in
Chair.
support or against the motion?
I am against the motion.
Honorable Nganyisa.
Chair, I reject this nonsensical motion.
Honorable Sarah Muleleki. Honorable Muleleki. You are on mute. Honorable Muleleki, you are on mute.
What's nonsensical is that there's no order that says we must vote now.
Mohali. Honorable Makalo Mohali.
I reject this nonsensical, frivolous motion with the contempt it deserves.
Honorable Khatebe.
This, Chairperson, point of order.
If you are not there,
Rejected.
okay. Honorable Muleleki.
I reject
Okay.
that motion.
Honorable
I
Khadisha
reject it.
Brown. Honorable Khadisha.
I reject the motion.
Thank you. Honorable Mapena. Honorable Lucy Mapena. Honorable Deputy Speaker Lucy Mapena. Okay, if she's not there, Honorable Smith.
I reject this motion.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable members, let's check also. Honorable Tate Mahwe.
Reject the motion.
Honorable Kabati.
Chair, I object to this frivolous motion.
Honorable Mapena, I could see you are on. Can you express yourself? Honorable Mapena. Honorable Mapena. You can speak, I can hear you. I put you closer to my mic because I think you are muted there. All right. Thank you. Honorable Mapena, reject. Now can we... Honorable Meko.
The motion has got no basis to be taken seriously, so I reject the motion.
Honorable Mahasa.
I reject the motion and to respect the high.
Honorable, who else? We have to Honorable, we are done. Now, Honorable Sifuba. Okay, honorable member is not in the house. Honorable Van Vieren.
Chairperson, this is irregular, and there's no way that we can vote on something that has not been.
Are you accepting or rejecting the motion, honorable member? I don't want to
abstaining.
So I
No
cannot
statement.
on this
So
matter.
abstaining from your own motion. It's okay. Honorable Dr. Jankelson.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, I just want to know which motion, because Honorable Miku proposed a motion that we reject my motion. So I presume all those who are rejecting this motion are objecting to Honourable Miku's motion. So all the ANC members have now objected to Honourable Miku's motion, which is on the table here. But I object to Honourable Miku's motion. And I'm not going to vote on my motion because it's irregular to vote on my motion. All the ANC members, you specifically said, Honourable Chair, that this is a new motion. Which is Honourable Miku's motion. The ANC members have all rejected Honourable Miku's motion, so I can only support that aspect of this, but I don't support voting on my motion because that would be irregular. Thank you, Honourable Chair, and I'm very happy that it went this way. I'm very happy that it went this way. Thank you. We can go look at the Hansard.
We reject your
Thank you. No, that's not what they voted on, Honourable Chair. Go back and look at Hansard. They're voting on Miku's motion. Everyone has rejected it, so I'm happy with that. Thank you.
We are rejecting your motion, Honourable Jankelson. We will not.
We are voting on Honourable Miku's motion. We're voting on
There is no Marcos motion, it's your motion, and we are
You guys are crazy. It's crazy.
The remarks that you are making, Honorable Sarah Emanyani Mesar, Honorable Jankelson, I am glad that you are referring to the Hansard. I hope you will also go and listen to the recordings, the insult that you are uttering unto members of the legislature. I just want to sensitize you on that. I will not reiterate what I've said in the beginning. Now, honorable members, let's allow Honorable Makesini to express her stance on the matter. Honorable Makesini.
On which motion?
Chairperson, we reject.
Okay, Honorable Makesini rejects as well.
Which motion are we speaking to?
Honorable Nanyani.
Your motion. Motion or motion?
No, there are two motions.
Honorable Nanyani, I can't hear you. Okay.
Which motion?
Honorable Musimang. Honorable Simanga. All right, there's a slight problem with the network. We will move to other honorable members and come back to these members later on. Can we move straight to Honorable Peter Way?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Unfortunately, according to the rules, we cannot now vote on this motion. And as the DA, we don't make up the rules as we go along like the ANC. So if we are voting, as you say, on Honorable Miku's
it's noted,
motion, then I will also support the ANC and say we object to Honorable Miku's motion. Thank you.
Honorable Kleinhans.
In this house.
Honorable Kleinhans.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. This voting process is completely illegal and irregular, and for that reason, I refuse to vote.
Okay, you're abstaining. Honorable
Point of order, we are not abstaining. We're refusing to vote because it's illegal. And if it ends up in court, we do not want to be part of the illegal processes.
You must unmute and express your view.
Well, Chairperson, I keep unmuting myself and somebody else keeps muting me. But two things, Chairperson. Before I give a response, can I get clarity from you, Chairperson, as the presiding officer, which there were two motions put up. The one by Dr. Jankelson on behalf of the...
Honorable Khachau, we've long clarified that.
Muted. And the second motion was by Honorable Meko to do something else.
The first motion is that of Honorable Jankelson, who wishes to persuade the House for the motion to appear for discussion in the next sitting. And there's a counter motion by Honorable Meko on the basis of all the facts that were raised, he feels strong that the motion is not befitting to appear for a discussion. Now, this is the last arbiter on this matter. We must vote on the matter. So I need to hear your view.
Yes.
Yes. Are you in support of what the Honorable Jangleson is saying or what Honorable Meko is saying? Let me put it that way.
Chairperson,
We have arrived at that point that you have suggested earlier on. You were impatient with discussions. I told you we'll arrive at a point of yes or no. We are at that point now. Are you in support of Honorable Jangleson's motion or are you against? It's a yes or no.
Chairperson, Dr. Jankelson as the leader of the opposition represents me. But Chairperson, I cannot be part of a process that is not supported by the rules of this House. As a result, I'm not agreeing with this process altogether. We shouldn't be voting.
She's abstaining.
Honorable Tatel Tuka, I know the category within which to place you. There are three simple categories in this process. It's either you are against, or you are in motion, or you are abstaining from participating.
I can't vote for a process that is
Honorable Tatel Tuka.
Chair of chairs.
Tatel Tuka.
How do you come to a point that you can place me in the category of your choice?
I have not placed you yet. I'm asking you, where are you placing yourself?
No, I'm not going to place myself at all because the point at which we are at the moment, we should not have been there.
Okay.
This is a process that's supposed to be taking place a little later on. On the basis of that, I'm not going to abstaining.
Okay.
He's abstaining.
Honorable Nanyani, the floor is yours. Honorable Nanyani.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I reject the motion, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Msimang. Honorable Msimang. Okay, let me move to Honorable Smith of Democratic of Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Firstly, I'm very disappointed in the circus that this House has turned into today. And I agree that it should be postponed to the next sitting, and therefore I will also not vote. Well, I will abstain anyway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Smith. Honorable members, I'm only left with Honorable Majake and Honorable Msimang. Are they still amongst us here? Honorable Makesi.
Both of them, they attended issues. I'm submitting the apology for both of them.
All right. Thank you, Honorable Member. My apologies, Honorable Buluana. The floor is yours, my leader.
Thank you very much, Chair. I agree with the motion that says we reject all partner over Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Buluana. Honorable members, it brings us to this particular conclusion. Honorable Chabalan. Honorable Chabalan.
Honorable Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Chair. Chair, I would also want to remind ourselves that in terms of the Free State Legislature, we have a committee that is called the Committee of Ethics and Conduct of Members. And I want to propose, Chair, that all the members who did not respect the quorum of the House today, it must be noted that they must be taken before that committee. That would be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
I note
Please.
that Honorable Member.
Take my name.
Later on.
All of them. Not just
Let us all go.
Now, honorable members, These are our results. 20 members. In fact, let me start with 2 members are absent. They were part of the meeting earlier on. According to the apology, they had to recuse themselves. So we have 2 absent. We have 6 members that are abstaining. In fact, it's 7 members that are
We're not abstaining, we did not vote.
And then we have 20 members that
Not
are in
voting, it
support
means you are
of
abstaining.
the motion to be withdrawn from the order paper for the discussion of the next sitting. It must be withdrawn according to the majority. It could not convince the House. It could not incur the necessary value to persuade the House. So, in short, in conclusion, the motion is withdrawn. It's necessarily rejected.
Read your rules
It's-
and
it's not
orders.
withdrawn.
You don't
Honorable
understand
members,
it.
before I adjourn our meeting, I must make an indication that
Go read the rules and
we
order.
appreciate all the participation by all of you. We appreciate that democracy, it's not an easy process. In order for democracy to mature and thrive, it is not an easy process. It requires patience, it requires tolerance, it requires a dialogue that must always confine us under one roof. We appreciate all the inputs. We note, of course, that a concern is raised on the utterances that were made. We're going to listen to the Hansard. I've already questioned Honorable Jankelson in particular because of the statement that he has used, that members, all of them, they are crazy. So that is the singular occurrence that I managed to capture. But we will still listen to the Hansard so that we are able to comprehend the entire participation of all members. And where there are misconducts, those members will be subjected to appear before the ethics committee. Let me appreciate the role played.
This whole process is crazy.
By all members also coming from the parliament and the NCOP. With those few remarks, honorable members, this brings us to the end of our business today. Our meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
Motion
Thank
to
you,
close.
Chair of Affairs. Thank you,
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, OMC.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking.
Mama Mleleki.
Thanks.
Chief Whip, we are late.
Thank you, honorable Mashinini. Thank you, honorable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Msecho.
Thank you very much, honorable Speaker, honorable Sifuba.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you.
Why are you only responding to the chairperson of the province?
Thank you, House Chair.
Can't respond.
Thank you, House Chair, too. House Chair.
Acting